Okay, I gotta do this video on my smaller computer because the other one's cloning. It's gonna take a while and I need to make this video now while the ideas are still in my head. I don't rehearse what I say. It's all spontaneous because I don't have a good memory, so when my memory goes, then I don't remember what I was gonna say. So I want to say this before I forget. Remember in the last episode, we were talking about how little kids learn. Look up here at the upper screen where the yellow highlight is, and you see a 63 here. Well, if I could get the stupid thing to work. You see a 63 in, well, it's just that part that just turned blue. Remember how in the last episode I had shown on screen, and we're going to return to it, Genesis 1:3 and Psalm 90 verse 3, how both of them had a 63 in their syllable counts? Well, you see, it's here also. Now, it's real important to say that because by putting 63 here, Jesus Christ, or Matthew, because, I'm not sure how, obviously the Holy Spirit told Matthew to do it this way. He is calling attention to the reader to look at Genesis 1:3 and to look at Psalm 90 verse 3 because he's using the same 63 syllable count. See, if you were learning it the way they learned it, when you saw a familiar number, just like we do, we associate it with other numbers that are the same. And it ends up being a really handy cross-reference or concordance. Because, they didn't have indexes like we do. So how did they know that one Bible passage related to another Bible passage? Okay? One way, of course, is to know, oh, well, this has the same words in it that this other passage has. We do that too. But yet another way is, oh, this is the same syllable count. 63. Remember when I said I saw 63? 63 is in Genesis 1:3. And 63 sevens for the number of years that Israel was enslaved. Well, it's 390 years after Jacob came to the land, and it was 10 years not in order prior to that, when the number of years that Joseph was enslaved. So the total is 400, just like God told Abraham in Genesis 12 and 15 and 17. 15 really. So that's what 63 means, yeah. And in Psalm 90 verse 3, it's the same thing. Because Moses wrote both of those passages in the same year, which was the year before he died. Very good. You remember that part of it, right? Okay. 63 also means 7 years short of 70. All right? 63 means 7 years short of 70. 70 is the middle period in the 1050-year increments that God designed from Adam's fall onward for the orchestration of time. I remember it's 490, and one person like Adam had to mature. He had to know Torah so well he matured. But they didn't have Torah then. That's right. So God taught him orally, just like you're learning now. Oh yeah, okay. And then in the middle, 70 years, that was when everybody got to vote on whether they wanted to learn God. And how many people had to vote in order for time to continue. Well, only one had to, but it could have been many. If it was many, then the times would be good, and if it was just one, well, time would continue. Otherwise, it would end. Very good. And then the last 490, that's 490 and 70 and 490, that's 1050, Daddy. Yes, dear. You see? So what does 63 mean? Well, it means that the 70 isn't up yet. And maybe it won't be. That's right. In Daniel 9, 483 weeks is how many short of 490? 7. Oh, it's a 7 like in 70. 70 times 7 is 490. That's right. And you see, that 63 has all that meaning. So when Christ or Matthew is instructed by the Holy Spirit to use it here, somebody who's used to learning like I just described as a kid, they're going to see that 63 and it's going to be real meaningful. It's going to mean all those doctrines I just described. It's got other meanings too. But that's the importance of the 63. Now, as you can see, this is Matthew. This isn't Genesis. This isn't, Psalm 90. This is Christ talking in Matthew. So it's like, well, how come he's using 63 here? And I'm going to go through this more in the next increment, but this preview of coming attractions, because we got to go to Daniel. See here? Amen lego humin. What does that mean in my badly pronounced Greek? Believe it when I tell you. Amen, believe it. Lego, when. You got the when is sort of implicit there. I'm saying what I'm saying when I speak. Humin, to you. Believe it when I tell you. And when Matthew's writing this, he knows that that's going to total 63 by the time he does it. And it's deliberate. Now notice some really important things about this. If he's counting the syllables to match another Bible passage, that tells you immediately that the Bible passage you're looking at with the 63 is the original. In other words, you got Bart Ehrman and all these other people saying, oh, the Bible's been edited, and we don't really know if we got the original. Yeah, you do. And how come you know? Because if you're counting the syllables in your current piece to match the Old Testament with the same count, then you know two things immediately. The passage you got is the original, and what it's tagging here, Genesis 1:3 and Psalm 90 verse 3, those passages we have the original words too. So all those dippy King James onlyists are proven immediately wrong. Because, honey, if there's syllable counting of one Bible passage in order to tag, cross-reference another Bible passage, then if the text is apt, then you know for sure, A, it's deliberate, and B, you have all the original words. Okay? Real important. You have all the original words. And notice, it's the original words. They're not in English. In fact, You can't even do this tagging in a translation. So Matthew has to be written in Greek. Has to. And it's tagging something in Hebrew, in Genesis, and in Psalm 90. So then that means this is originally Greek, and that means the Old Testament was originally in Hebrew, for those who want to spit on the Jews and say it wasn't. Okay? Now I'm going to cover a lot more than that in the next increment, but I wanted you to just build on what you saw before, because now we've got to go to a different number and show this same technique on a different passage of Scripture. That different passage is right down here, okay? Daniel 9, because as you can tell from the text, Christ is talking about Daniel. So how would you know that right away? See this? Right here? 49, 49, 49, 49. And what do you see down here? Look at the lower window now. See highlighted in yellow? What's the number? 49, 49, 49. I can't get it to 49. Okay? 49 and 49. So now you already saw the 63 tagging. So you got some familiarity. Now we're looking at the same technique, but with a different number. 49. And it's 49 down here. He is tagging Daniel 9. Now why is that important? Because in any passage of Scripture, it might not be exactly the way I'm telling you, but based on what I've seen so far, at the beginning of every book, and sometimes at the beginning of a chapter, like here, the writer counts the syllables in such a way, he words the text that counts the syllables in such a way as to give you the first 7th paragraph is a date line. Date line is like, when you read the New York Times and it's got a date line of August 20th, 2016. When is that article written? When is this text written? Okay? And remember what we said about 63 and how the 5-year-old kid was, 63 is the number of 7 that Israel was enslaved. And then when we left, it's the 41st year after we left Egypt. And she was enslaved 400 years prior. So it's a total of 63 sevens, which is 441. So you see, that's a formula. So that you remember more about the history. You remember more about the doctrinal meaning. Okay? Same thing here, 49. And same thing here, 49 in Daniel. Daniel is telling you that he's writing 49 years after X. And then you solve for X. And how do you solve for X? Well, X is going to have to be related to the text. That's the whole point of having a date line. It's not simply to tell you when it was written, because the people getting it would kind of know that already. It was designed to turn it into a doctrinal lesson. Okay? What would be a doctrinal lesson that would be 49 years from X when Daniel writes? Now, for the people who got this, they got it right away. So they already know what 49 is, because all they have to do is count back 49 years from the day they got the letter. But they'd pass it on to their kids as what the formula meant, so the kids could remember the importance of 49. What is the importance of 49? That's the number of missed sabbatical years. That's also the number of years that had transpired since the time the temple went down in 586 BC. Do you know how much screwed up scholarship there has been on this? Do you know that Eusebius thought that there were 70 years that were missed sabbatical years? No. There were 49. 49 times 7 tells you that with Rehoboam in 930 BC, that's when they started going missing, which of course you would know if you read the text because Solomon was praised and David was praised. Would they be praised if they missed the sabbatical years? I don't think so. Okay? So Daniel is praying 49 years after the temple goes down. And what he's saying here is, you can go look it up in your English if you're not too familiar with the Hebrew. He's basically saying, hi, I turn to the Lord and I pray to the great and glorious God and, who loves everybody who keeps your commandments. Yeah, and what was the number one commandment God had said? If you don't observe the sabbatical years, the temple's going down. Daniel had just been reading that in Jeremiah, which is the earlier verses, because the actual meter starts at 9:4. So he's talking, after reading Jeremiah, which is talking about the two 70-year periods, and Daniel himself is in his 70th year when he prays, 538 BC, okay, approximately Bul, because, he had just been restored to power, So when he's praying, that's why he's praying. Cyrus is taken over through, Gobi Ross, the general, Darius the Mede, who's the uncle of Cyrus, is now in power. Daniel's restored to power. Many Tekelu Farsin had already happened, and the other people in the, royal family of the, I guess it was the nephew of Nebuchadnezzar. They're all gone now. Daniel's restored to power, and he knows this is his time to pray. 49 years after the temple's down, the land has had its Sabbaths, and it's time to pray. He's actually at the beginning of the 49th year. Okay? So Christ, or Matthew really, because Matthew, not all of this text is what Christ actually said. Matthew pads it, he says, saying, and because this is all narrative by Matthew, and as Christ is coming out of the temple, his disciples approach him one by one and start pointing out the stones of the temple. Okay? So 49, by the time you get to 49, see, this is about the temple. The 49 down here in Daniel's about the temple. The text is about the temple. So 49 is tying. You see the 49 here? Now the only question is, okay, but Daniel's talking 49 years after X. Christ has to be talking 49 years after X. And X is going to have to be related to the temple. So what happened 49 years before 30 AD? That was when Herod started to rebuild the second temple. And it's parallel, therefore, with Daniel 9 contextually, because Daniel 9 is praying so that the second temple will be built. You see how clever this is? So the person hearing or reading this text, seeing that 49, is going to be immediately reminded of Daniel 9. It's on the same topic. It's talking about the same writer. It's a definite cross-reference to him. And it's very, what do you want to call it, witty. You see how important this is? We know now, therefore, that Daniel 9 is intact. We got the right words. We also know that we got the right words in Matthew, because you'll notice it's counting the syllables that are here in Daniel 9 and relying on the reader to have done that, so that as soon as he starts counting the syllables in the Matthew passage, he'll stop and go, oh, 49, he wants me to look at Daniel 9. And he'll know that before Daniel's name is even mentioned in the text. And so will we. Do you see how witty and how pithy and how valuable this is? 49 years before Jesus talks. That was when Herod started rebuilding the second temple. So he's using 49 because that was the number of sabbatical years that Israel missed. So it's not a happy number. But it is the length of time that Daniel waited in order to pray. So it comes to have the significance of diaspora. Daniel's praying to end the diaspora. Christ is using it to warn of an impending diaspora. And how do we know that? Just after syllable 49, what does it say? You see all this? Truly I tell you, there won't be one stone upon another. And by the time he gets there, he's at the 84 mark, which is Psalm 90 verse 4. This is Psalm 90 verse 3. This is Psalm 90 verse 4 by syllable counts. You begin to understand these syllable counts are ways of cross-referencing scripture, and they have the salutary effect of telling us, oh gee, we can really prove we have the real words and the original words of Bible. Good morning, and I'll cover more about this in the next increment. All right, we're back. Hopefully the feedback will be better. I'll try to talk more quietly. You almost have to whisper when you're talking into a laptop microphone. Well, we had stopped. It was on the 49 here in Matthew 24:2, where the text, because that's what we're going to compare now, is to show the aptness of the text with the meter. Hoda apokrites epen autois. In my badly pronounced Greek. And he answered them and said. Actually, you should say, then he answered them and said. That's where it ends at 2049, and you think, well, how can that be meaningful? Wait, just wait. But keep in mind what this text is saying. Then he answered them and said. Got it? That's the text in Matthew 24:2, first clause. You always have to parse to get these date lines to work and to get the meter to be clear. You have to parse by clause, grammatical clause. Alright? So this is 49, and if we parsed it rightly, and if it's really referring to Daniel, then the text in Daniel that's also 49 will have a peculiar relevance to the text that ends at syllable 49 here. Okay? So what does the text here in Daniel say? Now go get your Bible and translation if that makes you feel better. It's Daniel 9:4. You can, stop and do a new tab in your browser and just Google on Daniel 9:4 Bible and you'll find the verse. So you don't even have to go get a Bible if you're too busy. And basically what Daniel 9 is saying is that this is my prayer. Daniel's praying to God, and he said, to my God, and he's saying, you're the great God, and you will love everybody who keeps your commandments. Word commandments is right here. It's a very famous word in Judaism, even until today, mitzvot, plural of mitzvah. Okay, they say va now, but they didn't used to. This letter right here, they call it a vav today, but it really is a W sound most of the time. And so they used to call it in theology, in seminaries, from 50, even 100 years ago, they called it a wow. W-A-W. So mitzvot, plural. And here it's your commandments. Okay? Now, this is talking about, right here, guarding. Okay? The word commandment is what? Said, spoken, given, words by God. So right here, right away, see? The same God in nature. Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't stand the way the stupid PDF works. He answered them and said, God said something. Commandments. Keeping the commandments. God is talking there, and God is talking here. See, he's telling them something. Matthew pads the text in between the stuff that Christ says and, his narrative about where they were. Like this is all Matthew's writing. And as Christ was coming out of the temple. Okay? That's in Matthew's narrative. Those aren't Christ's words. Christ's words start right here. Ublepete. See? In answering them, he said. That's still Matthew talking. This whole verse 1 and the first clause in verse 2 is Matthew talking. But this text right here that Matthew's writing is that Christ talks. Christ talks. He's God, he's man. Okay, so by tying the 49 to Daniel 9:4, it's another way to state that Jesus Christ is God. And it's very pithy, and it's very witty, and it's almost satirical, because by using 49, you're being reminded of the other 49 in Daniel. And, of course, and the 49 in Daniel is the result of not keeping the commandments. See, this is about keeping the commandments right here, this text right here. About keeping the commandments that God gave you. And because they didn't, they ended up having a 49-year, they missed 49 sabbatical years. Those were the commandments. Keep every 7th year. They didn't. So 430 years elapsed where they did not observe sabbatical years, and God finally says, okay, done. You're going out. So Christ is now telling them about the future, just like they were supposed to observe the future for all their sabbatical years, and God warned them. Of course, it was Christ in theophany doing it, same God. You don't observe my commandments, I'm taking your temple down. So he's deliberately referring to the Daniel 9 passage, and he's also deliberately reminding them that he's God, and he's the same God who did the warning here. Okay? He's invoking his authority as God. So you see, that 49 is pretty important. Alright, and the text is matched because he's answering them and saying, and here Daniel is a witness to what God had warned and said. Because he's setting it up for 9:5 where he's going to say, we've sinned. Like that, this first word right here is we've sinned. Right here. Hatenu. We've sinned. The very first word in Daniel 9:5. We have sinned. Yeah, and he's warning them of that. Okay, he answered them and said. Okay, and then the next phrase in the Greek here, I'm translating for you so you don't have to look it up. You see all this? Pointing at the stones, because they're all drooling over how beautiful the temple is. That's the word for temple right there. Hieru. In genitive case. Oh, the hieru. Oh, look at you two hieru. Oh, yeah. And he says, oh, you see all this? Pointing at the same stones they're drooling over. And then, believe it when I tell you. And then here in the bottom, the last clause of verse 2, there ain't going to be one stone left upon another. And that's an 84, which is Psalm 90 verse 4. This is Psalm 90 verse 3. This is Psalm 90 verse 4. So he's warning them of a bad thing, but he's pointing them to Psalm 90 verse 4 because that's the prophecy of the millennium. Okay? So yes, it's bad, but the temple was supposed to fall before the millennium begins. That's what Daniel 9:26 ends up being about. Is that the temple, the second temple, was going to fall too. So he's reminding them in advance. Remember, Psalm 90 and Daniel 9 is about how Psalm 90 gets done. So I'm going to use the same meter for Psalm 90 for the millennium. Okay? So that when you tie Daniel 9 and the warning to what I'm saying here, I'm about to say it at 49, just like Daniel's about to say we sinned. Don't forget that although I'm punishing you now, or you're going to be punished, it has a good ending. Okay? That's what he's saying, the 84, that he's going to lead up to. But at 49, he hasn't done it yet. 49, he's just getting ready to give them the content. 49 years after Herod started to rebuild the temple. Okay? 49 years after Christ is talking. And by the time you get to 84, it's going to be the end. Now, Daniel is using his first timeline at 49. There's more to Daniel's dateline than when he wrote that I'm telling you. I'm trying to keep it simple because most people's eyes glaze over when they see a lot of numbers. So now I want to go back to an easier number that's going to make a whole lot more sense once you hear about it. Christ is talking in 30 AD. We know that from this 49. 49 years after Herod started rebuilding the temple. That was a way they measured time. That is still the way they measure time. Jews still measure time. They got the wrong dates now. But they still measure time in years from the time the temple fell. Years from the time the first temple was built. All of their numbers are wrong, but the way they measure, the methodology of measure is still just like what I'm showing you. Okay, so I mean, you've got a verification that you can make in current modern day Judaism. It's the same technique, years from X. All the Bible's written that way, pretty much. Okay, so now, years from X, it's 30 AD, when Christ is talking. Now look at this, that's a 30, when he's talking. Here's your syllable counts. That's 16 years later. This is 40 years later. Now look at the text. The disciples came to him one by one and pointed out to him the beauty of the stones of the temple. And 40 years later, that temple is going to be gone, because 40 years later is 70 AD. You see the satire, you see the wit, you see the aptness of the syllable counts. You see how you can tell, yes, we really do have the original words of Scripture, because, honey, this is biting. Nobody would have known, because they still don't know about this today. I'm the first one, as far as I know, that ever discovered it in modern times. And I can't find anybody who directly talks about this any time prior to me. But yet it's been sitting in Scripture, and look how apt. 40 syllables equals years from now. That temple that they're talking about ain't going to exist. And of course, that's exactly what Christ says right here. Right here. Using 84 to remind them of Psalm 90 verse 4. Okay? 40 years, 40 syllables equals 40 years from when Christ talks. Don't you think that they'd be remembering, oh wow, this is 70 AD, it's 40 years later, just like he said. I mean, scholars all know that the temple was supposed to go down 40 years later. But what they didn't know is that that was a syllable counting 1 year per syllable. That's as a rhetorical style, a calendar, a meter calendar in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. And here you're seeing it in Matthew 24:1. 40 years equals 40 syllables. The temple. See the wit? The temple. Building of the temple. 40 years. Don't you think anybody who got to 40 years and they're looking at this verse, 40 years from the temple, and they're like, oh wow, it occurred right on time. The buildings of the temple are no more. Just like Christ is saying by the time you get down here. Now, by the time you get down here, this is 84 plus 30. So it's really 114 AD. But the meaning of the text from here on out still has as its starting point, or its hark back, the last time the word temple was used. Because you see, that's the other point about this. You'll notice this is really clever. And Greek is clever like this. Other Greek literature is clever like this too. This is the last time the word temple is used in what would be considered to be a historically relevant context. Alright? When he comes back to it, he's come back full circle to the present. He'll talk about it again as, like when this stuff happens, and you see the abomination of standing in the temple. Because at that point he's mentioning it again, because this is where Daniel's going to get his, reply from God in Daniel 9:24 through 27. And by the way, God replies in this same kind of countdown meter. That's where, when you see in Daniel 9:26, he uses 77 sevens, and then he uses 62 sevens, and then he uses a single seven. All that reply, those actual textual numbers, are actually playing on the meter that Daniel uses. They're not coming out of thin air like they look like they're doing in the English. Alright? The same thing here. By the time you get to 84, 84 is 44 years after 40. There's a reason for that. Okay, but I'm not going to cover it yet. Just notice, look, this is the 40th, dang, I have trouble with my mouse. This is the 40th syllable. It's about the temple. 40 years from now, 30 AD, the temple. They'll all notice that. Okay? So the aptness is that at syllable 49, he who is God is talking, warning. And at syllable 49 here, Daniel is talking about having the commandments of God. And here is the God-man getting ready to talk and give them a prophetical set of commandments as a result of something that's going to happen. Because what does he do? He says there's not going to be one stone on the other, and when you see the abomination of desolation, then run. Right? He's giving them all kinds of things that they have to do. All kinds of warnings, information and warnings of stuff to do. Year by year. Because every single word in this is signifying something for a year. This is 16 years later. This is 40 years later. This is 49 years later. It's 57 years later. 63 years later. And 63 years later is when the millennium was supposed to start. relative to when he's talking. See, if you know that 1050 period, he is going to die 63 years before that millennium was supposed to start, the end of the 4th 1050. And that's why this is an 84, because it's supposed to be when the millennium starts. That's why he's using the 84 to remind them of Psalm 90 verse 4, which says the day of the Lord is as 1,000 years. And from that time onward, the expression day of the Lord means the millennium. That's their shorthand. That's their nickname for the millennium. So the dating of the text here at 63 is also years 2x. Here, x is the millennium. Christ is going to die 63 years before the millennium, but he's supposed to die 7 years later. And you also know that from Daniel's meter. And you also know that from Daniel 9:26. But nobody ever counts it right. They use lunar years, so they miss the fact that there's an extra 7 years there. If you use solar years, then the timeline runs to 37 AD, not to 30 AD. And 37 AD is exactly the same timeline that Isaiah 53 uses. Now, before I make your eyes glaze over, hopefully you just got, what I need you to get out of it is, oh, these things mean something. Yeah, they do. Each one of these numbers has doctrinal significance relative to the text, and I'm trying to give you a taste of it now. Because remember, we still got to go back to our period of time. But I want you to see that, none of this is arbitrary. That this is all based on other passages in the Bible, and there's an actual way you're supposed to interpret it based on the way these numbers interact with the text. But not only the text you're looking at, but also other Bible texts. Okay? Like, let's say that your phone number began with 212. That's a New York area code. Every time you see 212, it's going to be familiar to you. You don't even necessarily have to see it as a phone number. You see 212 and immediately you're going to think of a New York area code because you're used to seeing it so much. Well, that's the same thing with these numbers here. People learned to see them so much they came to have their own significance based on the passages where these numbers are used. And then there are a lot of passages, like with the 49 here, that, the text, when you look at the dates in the text, the actual dates in the text, then you can count and realize that it's 49. You don't need to see it in the meter, but you do. So now, all of a sudden, there's an association set up kind of like a 212 area code. Alright? You're seeing a number that you're familiar with. 84, oh, everybody's going to know that. That's the millennium passage in Psalm 90 verse 4. Okay? Everybody's going to know that Psalm 90 verse 3 is mentioned. And what does Psalm 90 verse 3 say? God says, come home, return. Tzuvu. Return. That's a very pregnant word in Judaism. It means return to the land. Return home. Return to me. Return to God. Those are all the significances that it's got. And that's in Psalm 90 verse 3. Return. And that's at 63 syllables. In Genesis 1:3, it's let there be light. God said, let there be light, and there was light. Oh. And 63 years, 63 sevens after your slavery and after you leave Egypt, you're now going into the light and going into the land, so you're returning to the land of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And you're going into the light, and you are led by light. What kind? Remember, a pillar of fire by night and a bright cloud by day. Every single day led by the light. And who's the light? God is the light. Jewish famous expression is the Torah is light. May your face shine. With what? With knowing Torah. And why is that? That's number 6. And that's what happened to Moses' face every time he talked to God. It got so bright he had to put a veil over his face. So Genesis 1:3, and God said, let light be. That's the literal Hebrew. And light was. Well, that's Genesis 1:3, ending at 63 syllables. And Psalm 90, verse 3 is, come back, return, come to me, come home. Oh, and we're returning to the land of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our forefathers. You see? So what is Christ doing when he has 63 here? Believe it when I tell you. Now think about that. It might not be apparent real easily. But what was Genesis 1:3? God was talking. Light be. In that case, it was the Holy Spirit. Oh, he's equating himself with the Holy Spirit by using the same syllable count? It's Genesis 1:3, yeah. And just as the Holy Spirit was talking then, Christ is talking now. Believe it when I tell you. Believe what? Oh, that he's the Messiah. Oh, that what he's telling you is true. Oh, that yes, he's really God-man, just like the Holy Spirit in Genesis 1:3. And what about Psalm 90, verse 3, when it says, God speaks, return, and the sons of Adam return to God, meaning they die. You go home. Well, that's like going home to the land, too. You're dying to your old life and born to the new one. God speaks and it happens. And what did God do? God said, let my people go. And Pharaoh wouldn't let my people go. So God said, plague be. Just like he said, light be in Genesis 1:3. And this is the same God saying, believe it when I tell you. See? I'm equal to the Holy Spirit in Genesis 1:3, and I'm equal to the same God in Psalm 90, verse 3, saying, Shuvu. I'm God. I'm God-man. I'm really the third member of the Trinity. Yes, I am. And I'm going to use 63 in the other two verses where God speaks, just to make sure you know. So now, ask yourself this question. Anybody who's a Jew who argues that God is just one person, does he know how to read his Hebrew very well? A whole bunch of Messianics who believe that the New Testament, although they try to argue that it was in Hebrew because they don't appreciate the beauty of the fact that Matthew is a Jew and he can write Greek too. It doesn't matter what language it is, it matters who wrote it. God. Oh, well, the Pharisees were Trinitarian. Yeah, they were. Even the Talmud is Trinitarian. And a lot of Jews know that, and they'll tell you that. Okay, so here we go. You want proof that Christ is saying right off the bat? That's pretty pointed to use 63. And of course 6 plus 3 is 9. That's 3 times 3. Ha, 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 ha. Get it? I'll let you mull that over because my throat is sore and I need to get a drink. Peace out. Okay, we've got one more category of reconciliation to cover on the Matthew 4:76. And this one in certain respects is a no-brainer and in other respects is the most sophisticated of all. 4:76. Even somebody who knows no meter, once they see that number, the first thing they're going to think of is Daniel 9. Daniel 9 had 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The 49 weeks covered the period, which we've already gone through, covered the period here. Hope you like the bigger font. Covered the period here from 446 to 397, because this is a historical voting period for believers that the world needed in order to go on living. It's 49 years from here to here.
And the reason why it's 49 years is because the temple was down for 49 years. This is a reimbursement of the lost sabbatical years. Unfortunately, you've got long-term idiots like Eusebius just without doing any Bible numbers saying that Israel missed 70 sabbatical years. No, it was 49, and that was starting with Rehoboam. 344 years were missed, and 344 years transpired between Rehoboam and the downfall of the temple. And if you do your math, so we'll do some math right here, 344 divided by 7 every 7th year is 49 years, okay? It's really 343, see, 343, and that's going to be real relevant to this. Divided by 7 is 49 years. So the temple was down 49 years. In the 49th year, Daniel prays, okay, which is up here in 538, just after Gobi-Ras had taken over in Babylon, and the Medes and the Persians were now in power. That was, according to ISBE Encyclopedia, that was the 10th or 11th of March Shevan, which used to be called Bul in the Bible, the month of Bul, which is about roughly equivalent to our November. Okay? So he's praying at the end of the year, at the end of 538. The following year, because like right away, Cyrus decrees, yes, go back and rebuild. Well, it takes 4, 5, 6, 12 months to gather up all of your stuff and to trek from Babylon to Jerusalem. Okay? So by a year later, 24, 25 Kislev, Kislev is the month following Bul, they had laid the foundation. And this will become the foundation for Christ's birth on Hanukkah, because 24th and 25th Kislev is Hanukkah. Okay, and that's in Haggai 2, where the prediction of Christ's birthday would be made. Okay? Back in Daniel's prayer, there were two elements that everybody can read even in English. 49, then 62. The 49 times 7, the 49 is 7 weeks. Okay? It's, 7 sevens. They don't call them weeks in the Hebrew. It's called sevens. So it's 7 sevens. All right, that's 49. Then the next one is 62 sevens, which is 434. We've covered this before, and that was Matthew's first date line here, 427. He's using 427, not 434, because that second 7 that belonged to Christ didn't play yet. He was supposed to die 7 years later, but he dies 7 years early. So it's being debited here as 427. Okay, so instead of 434 here on the right, which is 62 weeks, he's debiting it by 7 because that 62nd week had not played. Okay, but it's 62nd after 7. So it's a total of 483. Okay? Again, because he has to debit it here because it didn't play, he's got to debit it here. Okay, so now look. We changed it now, total of 69 weeks, just leaving out the tribulation, times 7. So that's 483, including the 7 weeks. 7 weeks and 62 weeks. He's benchmarking the 62 weeks here because the 62 weeks is starting right here. But then he's also benchmarking the whole, okay, and then debiting 7 because the whole is 69 weeks. Again, 69 times 7. But the last 7 didn't play. He's writing at the beginning of the 69th week. That's what he's telling you when he does these numbers. Is that, hi, I'm writing you at the beginning of it, and it didn't play. So in order to balance the year he writes, which they knew what year it was when they got the letter, in order to balance the time so they know what he's balancing to, he's got to debit the 7. All right? So he's clearly balancing to Daniel 9's expectations and numbers, which everybody knew. So they knew two pieces of information that we have to sleuth out. They knew what year the letter got in their hands. They knew what year it was. When you get a letter today, you know what day it is. You don't need somebody in their letter telling you what day they're writing you, because you know when you got the letter, when you got it. Okay? Even if they don't put a date on their letter, you know when you got the letter. All right? But just like most people write letters and they put dates when they write, so too the Bible writers do the same thing, but they do it by means of meter. Because by using the meter, first of all, because people had to memorize the stuff orally, that would give them the dateline. And the second reason is because they can tie backwards in time to Bible dates or Bible events that would give more punch to what they're saying in the letter, so that they can save on words. So if you got to memorize everything, then you learn little economies. Okay? You have little mnemonics you use so that you can remember a whole bunch of stuff easily. And that's what these meters are for. Okay? It's not Bible codes. You know, Bible codes are an entirely different thing, and they don't have anything to do with scripture. They have to do with people hallucinating. Okay, well, this isn't a Bible code. 483 years, 69 weeks is bald in Daniel. Even you probably recognized that when you saw the 476 the first time, before you heard all my explanation. Okay, so they did too. They recognized it right away, because they would have memorized, everybody would have memorized the generations. This information that he's giving them, he's writing it in a certain fashion that everybody memorized the names from long ago. So the only new information they're getting is the way he's counting the syllables. And that would tell them what his dateline was, and that would tell them what kind of scripture he's got in mind when he writes the letter, writes the gospel. It'd be really helpful and instructive without added words. Okay, so 476 is really clearly based on Daniel. 476 is real clearly based on this time, because 476 is 49 more syllables from 427. So here they knew that it goes all the way back to 397. 427 minus 30 when he died is 397. I mean, that's in our language, but it's still got the same math meaning to them. Okay? And then the same thing with the 476, which is 49 more syllables. So you count backwards 49 more. And he's counting backwards to the book of Nehemiah to remind them. Now, the whole theme of this period was believers voting. And what are they voting about? They're voting about Jerusalem. They're voting about the temple. They had to vote for the temple to build it. See, the temple's down here, 586, it's down. Okay? They got to vote in order to go back and rebuild. Well, Daniel's voting right here in 538, at the end of it. So they voted to go back, and a year later they built the foundation, and then they stopped building. And the book of Ezra is about that, and the book of Nehemiah is about that. And the book of Haggai and the book of Zechariah is about that. Those were the prophets that God sent to tell them to start rebuilding again, which of course is in Haggai 2. Okay, but Haggai 2 is written in 222 BC, 522 BC. So in 521 BC, you have to call it 521. It's really late in 522, starting on 25 Kislev. They start rebuilding, and they get it done 6 years later. You see how that chronology works? So it's real obvious to everybody that the 483 is referring strictly and first to the temple. That's the first thing you're going to think of when you see these meters. Even in English, that's the first thing you probably thought of when you saw them. Oh, that looks like Daniel 9. Yeah. And Daniel 9 is about what? The temple. So our boy Matthew is writing about who? The temple depicts. See how clever all this is? You see how easy it is to understand meanings in gospel or any other Bible book if you know the meter? Of course, you have to be steeped in it. This has got to be native to you. And I am steeped in it now. I've been working on this for 10 years. For you, it's probably a real pistol. It's probably really hard for you to deal with all these numbers, and you probably feel overwhelmed by them. But you know what? When you were 5 years old, learning the alphabet was overwhelming too. You just don't remember. It's native to you now. You know your alphabet like you know breathing. You know your multiplication tables like you know breathing. Well, they knew their meter like they knew breathing because they started learning it from the cradle. And even today, every Jewish kid, when he's 5 years old, that's when his daddy takes him and starts him learning Hebrew. So that by the time he's 15 years old, or actually 12, in Jewish culture, that's when you become a man, he can read scripture in Hebrew himself. Maybe well or badly, but he can do it. Because you've been schooled in it. It's like learning any kind of skill or habit. When you first start learning it, it's hard. And then after you practice it and practice it and practice it, it becomes native. As soon as I saw these meters, I knew what they were. But I didn't know how to explain them. The hard part for me with these meters is the way the math works. I have to figure out what numbers is he backing into, because I'm not steeped in Israel's history. I'm not steeped in the Bible, the Bible history dates the way they were. I have to study and study and study to find it. Okay? And if you and I grew up in these days, this would be mother's milk to us. Okay, I'm sorry to keep saying that, but it's a bit of isagogics that is, real important to validating why these numbers are used. Okay, so here we are. All right, that's the 49, and this is the first 70. 586 to 516 is the first 70. That's when the temple is out. It's being rebuilt, and it gets rebuilt in the last 6 years. Total of 7, just like for the first temple. Okay? But because its purpose got met, God reimburses another 70 years. Okay? That's 140 years. Okay, so you got 516 to 446 is the second 70. Then, and only then, does the Daniel 9:25-26 number begin to play. And this is 49 from 446 to 397. And you'll notice that that's the voting period. Daniel had the voting period specifically in mind in his metered prayer. And he's casting his meter in these terms. So that's why God replies to him in meter also in Daniel 9:24-27, which uses these same meters, and in explicit text. See, we don't know that God's reply and Daniel's prayer are metered, using these very numbers. What we do know is that in explicit text, these numbers are written. We don't know why they're written because we don't know the meter. Once you know the meter, you see why the numbers are explicit. So the 62 weeks begins here, but the 62 weeks is after the 49 years, the 7 weeks. So it ends, see, let's look at this for a minute. Right here, 397, and we have to say minus because of BCAD, minus 434 is 37 AD, not 30, 37. Okay, but to Christ's death, just like Matthew is doing, subtracting 7 here, 427 minus 397, 396, whichever you want to use. Actually, what was the beginning of 31, to be honest. Jewish year begins when he died. Okay? Was the end of 30 AD, beginning of 31 AD. You have to use 30 for your math. Because it was the beginning of the year 31 that he actually dies. The very beginning of it. Because the first month is Passover. Okay? First month of the new year on the Jewish calendar. Okay, so that's why he's using 427. Again, 427 minus 396, end of year 396, is the beginning of 31 AD, aka 30 AD. okay, because it's at the very beginning of the year. All right? That's what Matthew's got in mind when he writes the 427. Similarly, 476 is the 69th week at the beginning of it. All right? So if you take 446 minus 476, again, you get the end of 30 AD, beginning of 31 AD. Okay? If we were to take the 483 and subtract from 446, we would finish the Daniel 9 numbers, except for the trib, but it would be 37 AD. But that's not when Matthew writes. Matthew's not writing in 37 AD. He's writing 7 years prior. So he, in order to balance to the day that they get his gospel, he's got to deduct 476. This is your clearest evidence that he's writing in 30 AD, because he's deducting it. It hasn't yet played. The extra 7 hasn't yet played. If he were writing late gospel, like some stupid scholars contend, then these numbers would have to be higher. If he was writing, for example, some people think Matthew wrote in like 70 AD. Well, 70 AD, the temple was down. All the 69 weeks would have been played. Then this number would be 434 and this number would be 483. But it's not. And I use grammar rules to decide the elisions. I didn't, you can come up with different 70 if you change these elisions. Okay, very different 70. And in every event that I could tell, even when I changed elision assumptions, okay, I would get a 70 that still reflected a 30 AD date. But you can play with that yourself. But see, if it's 30 AD, he's got to debit this because this is real bald. This is the temple. So in this sense, the reconciliation of the temple is the simplest thing to see because we have explicit text to go with it. And it's 7 years off the numbers in Daniel because he's writing 7 years prior to when the numbers in Daniel were supposed to be fulfilled, which was 37 AD right here, not 30. But he's not writing in 37. So he has to subtract 7 in each case to balance. And here's your 49, okay, between. So it's real bald, real obvious. All right. But there are aspects of this dating system that are not so obvious about the temple. And I'll have to cover that in the next increment. All right, we're back here in Matthew 1, this date line meter. And we're still covering the 476, this time to show the reconciliation to the temple. And like I just said in the last increment, in many ways this is the most obvious, and yet at the same time, in certain respects, it's the most sophisticated. Okay, so now we're coming into the next meaning of why he's using 476 here. For this, you're going to have to know something about the chronology of the temple. So we're going to have to go back to David. The temple was promised to David, okay? The temple was promised to David in 2 Samuel 7. David, the immediate context of that chapter was David was sort of, in a funk after he had finished all of his wars and everything, and his son Nathan happened to be in the room. And he was saying to Nathan, I really wish God had his own house. Here, I'm done with all my wars. I built myself a nice house. But where's a nice house for God? Because God meant something to David. Was David a big sinner? You bet. Some of the biggest sins that have ever been sinned in the Bible, David did them. So too Abraham, okay, Moses. What we call big sins are not what the Bible calls big sins. All right, I shudder to think about what my sins are. Okay, it's not the sex thing that's the big sin. It's not a drug thing that's a big sin. It's rebelling against God that's a big sin. Okay? So, David is crowned at Hebron here. There's a 7-year civil war here. Okay, that obviously got finished. Okay, he retires 33 years after that. Okay, he's still alive for another 7. All right, he dies in 963, and we know that from 1 Kings 6:1. What had God said to him in 2 Samuel 7 after he'd finished fighting? So he's somewhere between here, because the Civil War is long over, and here. Okay, so between here and here, 2 Samuel 7 occurs. Sometime during that time, and I'm sure we can figure out the exact year, because I'm sure 2 Samuel 7 is going to be meter dated. God says to him, "What? You want to build me a house? Can any house contain me?" Answer, of course, is no. But you know what, David, since you were so thoughtful, you care about your father. You care about me. You care about Mom, the Holy Spirit. You know what? I'll give you the instructions for my house. Yeah, and from 970 until 963 when he died. Okay? He was busy implementing those instructions. From the time 2 Samuel 7 occurs until David retires, God gave him all kinds of blueprint and instructions for that house, aka the temple. And then he spent the last 7 years designing even the priestly courses. Those are the last 7 chapters of 1 Chronicles. Getting the money, getting the gold, getting the silver, getting the instructions on how to build everything. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but somewhere between 25 and 50% of the Bible is devoted to the temple and everything associated with it. The priestly courses, all the genealogies are related to the temple. Why? Because the temple depicts is the other house in 2 Samuel 7, David's greater son. Okay? Christ. The temple depicts is Christ. That's why Matthew has to reconcile to the temple, because the temple just died. And the other temple that depicted him is gonna die. All right? That's why this is so sophisticated. The temple depicts is Christ. As my pastor liked to quip, the physical temple was the Bible in architecture. That's what he used to say. Bible in architecture. Because he didn't have scripture all written down yet. So you learned Bible principles by looking at the temple. That's why they got all those instructions about pomegranates and pillars and 7, bowl lampstands. The lampstands were little gold bowls, flat bowls, like a pasta bowl. They were flat and you poured oil in it, and then you put a wick in it, and then it burned. The wick burnt the oil. I'm not sure how they got the wick to stand up, but there must have been something. Okay? So, during this period of time, he gets that promise from God. During this period of time, he gets a whole bunch of blueprints and instructions from God on building the temple. And oh, by the way, in the same chapter, because you have to tie this to John 14, he says, oh, and you know what? I'm going to give you a house of sons, and one of them's going to reign forever. Okay? That's David's greater son, aka the Messiah, the author of our existence. All right? So that's why this temple thing is so bloody significant. Hello. Sorry for the swear word. So now we have to look at the temple's dates relative to David. See, what we'd seen before is that Matthew is reconciling to Abraham. That was with the 427. Christ to Abraham directly. Then in the 476 and the 427 indirectly, he reconciled to David, because David was reconciled already. All right, right here. at this point is 1050 from Abraham. So by reconciling Christ to David, he's also reconciling David to Abraham to Christ. We saw that already. So now we're doing the temple because the temple is based on David and Christ is based on David. And Christ is based on the temple. The temple is based on Christ. So that's one more thing this 476 is accomplishing, is the reconciliation between the temple, David, and Christ. Now, I have gone through this math and charted it all out in a nice little, looks like a mileage chart. And I'll put the page on my Ephesians 1 reparse doc where that chart is located so you can follow these dates a little clearer in the video description. Okay, so where are we? David retires 970. That's going to be really important. Okay? I mean, yeah, he retires 970. That's Solomon. David retires in 970. He dies, though, 7 years later, because the last 7 years he spent on the temple preparations. Because what did 2 Samuel 7 say? This temple is not going to be built in your lifetime. You get to prepare it. Your son Solomon, right here, your son Solomon's going to build it for me. Now that's where the story gets real interesting, and I don't have all the answers to why he did it this way. I have guesses. But Solomon was supposed to build the temple. Okay, so get this. 1 Kings 6:1 is how you know it. David died 3 years prior, when David would have been 80 years old, which balances David to the Exodus. When David would have been 80 years old, because he was born 40 years from the Exodus, he was born in 1040 BC. When David would have been 80 years old, Solomon starts building the temple. That's 1 Kings 6:1. Okay? The previous chapters of 1 Kings are devoted to the 7 years that David lived beyond his retirement year and 3 years after he died. So there is a 10-year interval between when David dies and when temple construction starts, which is right down here. We're going to move it up now. Temple construction starts in 960. I'm going to move this down so you can see the whole relationship of the timeline. He dies 3 years prior to that. Temple construction starts in 960. Now that's the weird story. You know temple construction started in 960 from the same verse, 1 Kings 6:1. Second of Ziv. Ziv is the beginning of the year. It's the second month of the Jewish calendar. The spiritual calendar, which begins in Nisan. So in the second month, my guess is that was the anniversary of David's death. I don't know that for sure. Solomon began building the temple. It took 7 years to complete. That's in the same passage. Then he sits on it. He waited 3.5 years. Oh no, this is not the anniversary of David's death. It was 3.5 years. Okay. He waits 3.5 years after David dies to even start building. Why? Well, part of the reason why he waited is told to us in 1 Kings 2. There was a sort of mini civil war that followed David's death. And he's busy fighting with the dissenters, the last one being Shimei. Okay, in 1 Kings 2:39. So that occupied, the 3 years after David died. Plus he was getting the stonework and all that stuff with Hiram of Tyre, and all that conversation is covered in 1 Kings 1, 2, and Second Chronicles. I think it's 2 Chronicles 3. Yeah, it is. It's right here. The Bible verses are listed right here in row 105. Okay, so the temple takes 7 years to rebuild. Then he sits on it again for another 3.5 years. The temple is not dedicated until 1 Ethanim of 950. That's in 1 Kings 8:1. 1 Kings 8:1. I should have put the verse there. Okay? 1 Kings 8:1, the temple is dedicated. Now that 950 is 490 years after the Exodus. 266, see, look, the Exodus was 2666 from Adam's fall. Okay, add 490 to that, and you get 3156, which is when the temple is dedicated, right here. See, Moses' personal 490. Moses got a 490, which is 490 years after Joseph was enslaved. And Moses datelines his Psalm 90 based on that. Okay, 950 BC is 490 years after 1440 BC when the Exodus occurred. So that's 3156 in terms of the the Bible's own timeline, because it starts counting, Adam's fall as year 1. Okay? So 490 years after the Exodus is when Solomon actually dedicated the temple, and that was the deadline for him to do so. Why did he wait 3.5 years here, and then another 3.5 years after the temple was completed to dedicate it? Now, the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings goes into what he did during that time. He was building other things, like his own house. All right, and it took extra 13 years to do the whole thing. And, 7 of those years are, front and back split. Why did he do that? Okay, and did God tell him to do that in order to balance? Because it does balance, as I'll show you. Or did he do that because he was out of fellowship? I don't know. I've presented it both ways in my videos. Because we're talking about what's the origin of the tribulation number, the 7 years of the tribulation. Because God subdivides it into 2 3.5-year pieces. Is he referencing the 3.5 years that David became king early? And you got to say yes to that, because it is a credit that's owed as a result, just like it was with Abraham. And is God also referencing the 7-year civil war? And you got to say yes to that. And you would think that, well, okay, the 3.5 years early is a credit, and the 54 years from Abraham is a credit, but this would have to be called a debit, the 7 years here. Okay, well then, the extra 7 years that Solomon's essentially delaying temple dedication, that should be a debit too, don't you think? And then that's 2 7s, and that equals 14. All right? But there's something about the way he did this that makes me think God told him to. And the reason why I say that, I'm going to show you now. 3156, this year here. 3156 is when it's dedicated. The temple got its own 490. We know that from Isaiah 53. Isaiah times and meters his poem in 1078 syllables, of which 252 are in ellipsis. 252 is twice 126. Wait a minute, I did it wrong. Divided by 2 is 126 each. And if you look at Isaiah's meter, the Isaiah meter map will be in the video description so you can see it. That 252 is mirrored. See, everything's about mirroring. That Psalm 90:15 being played out. The 126s are mirrored in the meter, first as an ellipsis, and then in explicit text and meter right afterwards. Okay, because when the temple dies in 586, all right, it had been standing for 364 years at that time. Okay, so 490 is what it was allotted, but it stood for 364 years, which God later reimburses in Daniel 9. That's 126 years short of its allotment. Okay, so that's why God said, okay, the temple's going to be down for 70 years. It will be rededicated again in 516. All right, so then you subtract from temple owed time the 70 years, and that's in Daniel 9:2. All right, that's another 56, which Isaiah 53 had already mapped this whole thing out. Daniel's essentially quoting Isaiah 53 to God using that meter when he talks. He's reading Jeremiah and he's linking Jeremiah and Isaiah together when he talks because he's using the meter of Isaiah 53. At the same time, he's using the content of Jeremiah because Jeremiah talked about this timeline also. All right, so 126 minus 70 in Daniel 9:2 to reimburse leaves 56. Okay, so Isaiah metered his passage in 70, then 56, and then 56, and then 70. Okay, to show the timeline of the temple's rebuilding over another 126 years to reimburse for the 126 years it was short. That's why Daniel 9 is metered the way it is. That's why Daniel 9, 24, 25 read the way they do. Because if you add Daniel 2, 9:2, that's 70. Then you add the 7 weeks, that's 49. Then the reserved tribulation week is 7, and that equals the 126. You see? This isn't so obvious that Matthew's taking all this into account. Now, had the temple not gone down in 586, 950, we go 950 to keep it simple, 950 minus 490 would have taken us to 460 BC. Well, we've seen that number before. 460 BC is right here where Matthew was starting his benchmark of meter. See, it's the start of the voting period. It's really 7 years into it. The temple's 490 would have terminated here, and Israel would have had to vote in order for that 490 to be renewed. But as we saw, what really happened was it went down, got rebuilt, and yes, it is up in 460 when the first 490 on it would have been up. All right, but what about the next one? Okay, so here we got 460 BC. We now subtract again 490, and we come to what? 30 AD when Matthew writes. And what happened in 30 AD? That was 4136. Temple got started, 3156 from Adam's fall, minus, well, we have to do a plus there, plus 490. That's 3646. That's equivalent to 460 BC right here. All right. Then we add another 490 had it been renewed, which of course it was. That's why the 62 weeks in Daniel. And then the temple's second 490, the second temple's second 490 runs out in the very year that Christ dies. Same year, see? Here's the end of the 490 for the second temple, the second 490, had it always remained standing. So Christ is reconciled to the temple by dying in 30 AD. This is one of your biggest hints that you know Matthew was written in 30 AD. Because one thing every Jew was always doing, and you see Mary doing it in the Magnificat, they were always doing, and they are still doing it today, they count years from the temple. They count years from the temple. The count from the temple that the Jews use today, they can't count right. The number of years from the temple, you can calculate just by going to the Bible. The Jews don't understand number of years from the temple today, but they do use the procedure. It's just that their math is wrong. Every Jew in 30 AD knew how many years it was from the temple. It was 980. Christ dies when there's still 14 years left on the clock. We're still at the beginning of the 69th week of Daniel. So he's reconciling Daniel, David, and the temple. And what temple year is it? Temple year 980 from the first temple. Back up here when David, after David died and the temple was dedicated. See, look. Temple dedicated, 3156. So 3156 plus 490 once, plus 490 twice, equals the year Christ dies. That's 980 years. Okay, now, 980 minus 476. It had 504 years before he's right, he's doing the 476 thing. 504 years. So what's that? 950, we'll use BC AD to keep it simple, minus 504 is 446. See? He's balancing again to his own prior meter number. 476 minus 30 is 446. So he's balancing to the 446. It would have been real easy for any Jew to know and do the math that I just did for you. The temple at the time that Matthew writes was 980 years old if you disregarded the time it was down. From the first temple forward, it was 980 years from the temple. Every Jew kept that number. The Jews today still keep the number, but they're not keeping the right number. They still measure it. On this computer, I can't show it to you, but you can download from Aish.com the Kaluach 3 calendar. And you'll see in the left-hand corner of that calendar, it says years from the temple, years from this, years from that. The years from convention is something every Jew knew. We're in the 980th year of the temple. And when Mary does her Magnificat, she meters based on years from the temple. She's using a subset of years from the temple desecration in order to show the tie-in to her son, because she's reconciling Hanukkah to Hanukkah, since he's going to be born on Hanukkah. Okay? Years from temple. You see how obvious that is? The temple had been up. When the Jews got this letter, the temple had been up 980 years. Okay, they're going to subtract the 476 from that as a sort of check. Yeah, and when it had been up 500 years, that's when Nehemiah came. 504 years. See, 950 minus 504 is 446 when Nehemiah came. Scholars call that 444 instead of 446. Okay, but bear in mind, our BCAD is off versus the Bible's. Bible calls it 446 because the Bible's dating Christ on 2 time tracks. All right? And we think it's only one, so that's why we come up with a 4 BC birthday. You see, the Roman AUC system, it looks like it's more, we should be calling it 2 BC, but then we wouldn't be able to date anything because all of our systems that we've been using for centuries have been BC AD. So just keep calling it 4 BC. All right? So they're off by 2 years versus the Bible here. The Bible's right, they're wrong. Okay, no big deal. All right, and you can even call this the end of 446, and then they're closer, because the end of 446 is the beginning of 445, and what they say 444 could really be the end of 445. So now you're within 1 year. You see the point? Matthew knows they will be counting in terms of year from the temple. That's an absolute number. That's why I wanted to show it to you. Christ is dying exactly based on, because he's the temple depicts. Remember he said, build this temple, destroy this temple, and I'll rebuild it in 3 days? Yeah, he's pointing to himself when he says that. And the Bible even tells you he's doing that. Yeah, because he's the temple depicts. So it's fitting and appropriate that he die in the 980th year of the temple. So 980 is 490 times 2. He also dies in Exodus, it's 1440 BC, minus 490 is temple dedication, wait a minute, I did that wrong. 1440 BC is Exodus minus 490 is when the temple is dedicated, minus 490 is 460 BC, which we just saw, minus the third 490 is 30 AD when he dies. So he's dying on the third 490 to the day after the Exodus, and he's dying on the second 490, not to the day, of the temple's anniversary. The temple was dedicated when he died. He's dying just opposite that, but he's dying on the 14th of True Nisan. In the calendar that year in 30 AD, they called it 18 Nisan because they didn't intercalate. So that's why he could eat the Passover and yet be the Passover all at the same time, because they were intercalating based on a 360-day year. And, you count the day that you're dying on as one. So that's why there's a 4-day difference. And that's exactly what Exodus 12 told you would happen. The lamb would be set aside, arrested on the 10th, which was Passover because it's 4 days later, because the Jews didn't intercalate. And then he dies 4 days after that, because you're supposed to eat the Passover on the 14th, but set the lamb aside on the 10th. So Bible, God kept to the calendar, even though the humans were the ones who actually killed Christ. Just like Christ said he'd be 3 days and 3 nights in the grave. It's real obvious. Nobody should call it Good Friday. They should call it Good Wednesday. Because Passover ran Saturday to Saturday that year. Because the Bible tells you that's what it did. He can't rise on the first day of the week, 3.5 days later, if he didn't die on Wednesday. Ding. All right? So this is all of what Matthew is saying with the 476. Now there is an even more esoteric element that he's using to reconcile the temple here with the 476, but I have to figure out how to say it. So that'll be the next increment. Okay, we're still on the 476 of Matthew, but this time we're still on the balancing temple thing. The 476 is obvious again because in the 69th week, at the beginning of the week, Christ died. So you've got an extra 7 that has to play, because he should have died in 37 AD, at which point he'd have had the same number of regnal years as his lifetime, as David actually had. That would have also balanced to the temple in a different way, but what Matthew's referencing here, because Christ ends up dying the 980th anniversary of the first temple, is that it is balancing to the actual anniversary of the first temple. But now we got to get into, was the first temple even started on time? Because that's an issue also, because we have to explain why the temple remained standing after church began. That's something that a lot of scholars have asked questions about. We all know that they were expecting it to die 40 years after Christ died. But the question is, why 40? Okay? So we're going to be referencing that, and the 476 is referencing it also. So keep the 476 in mind as I go through the chronology. To go through the chronology, though, I have to start back at Abraham. I've done a lot of videos on this in my Psalm 90 playlist. The little short videos that are colorful, because part of the reason the temple remained standing after church began is to play off this credit of the 54 years on Abraham. Abraham had to mature in 2046 from Noah's own covenant with God, because 490 years after that covenant was 2046. So the deadline, there's always got to be somebody who's got a 490-year time grant. And I covered that in my How God Orchestrates Time channel. You see the math and who got these grants, starting with Adam. Okay? We have a window here, who voted. We don't really know, but we got Enoch, we got Seth. He obviously is named. Okay, he's appointed, so he obviously got a grant. but, it's not specifically obvious that he did. It is specifically obvious with Jared, because his son Enoch is born in 622, and that's 490 years from when Adam's son Seth was born. Now, it works out to be 492 years because Adam begins, when he falls, that begins time. All right, so that's at the beginning of a year. Jared, all it says is that he was 162 years old when Enoch was born. Okay, Enoch means dedicated. Chanuk, that's where we get the word Hanukkah from. He was 162 years old when Enoch was born. Okay, but was he 162 and nearly 163? We don't know. And was this late in his 162nd birthday? Was that also late in the year? Because we know this is beginning of year. Okay, Adam's days began numbered at his fall. That's Genesis 3:22. So that's when time numbering begins in the Bible, not prior. So you forget all the debate about how old the earth is. Bible doesn't say, and it's not even germane. Okay? What is germane is you have to start at the beginning of year here. But there is no real year zero. Okay? So that's why in my dates I might be within a year, 6 months off, because I tried to start with year zero. But there's no such thing as year zero. It's year one at beginning or ending. All right? So if we're at the end of the year, which in Adam's day apparently started in September. Okay, that's why the Jewish year is bifurcated. Jared would have been late in the year for this to be a 492 from this. But it is obviously intended to be a 490. So Enoch must have gotten a time grant, or for sure Jared did. Okay, I'm suspecting Enoch not only got a time grant of 490 years, but also 1,000, because there are two sets of time grants. All right, for sure, when we come to the flood, we got Noah here during the voting period for believers, getting his covenant with God. All right, that's in Genesis 6. It's real obvious. Okay. When you date that, 1556 is when he got it, okay, because the covenant was signified by the birth of his sons, even as all ever since Adam. We saw the precedent set there, and this is the most obvious place to see it set. Is the birth of the son indicates you got the covenant, especially because of the timing here. All right, Noah gets his covenant, explicitly in Genesis 6, and then it mentions he has sons. Okay, well, the sons signify the covenant ratification. All right, and the first son, who isn't necessarily the firstborn son, but the son who's going to be the appointed one, is Shem. It means name. Hashem is one of the holiest names in Judaism. The name. This is the guy who's going to carry the name of Messiah. So we call them Semites for that reason. We really should call them Shemites. Okay, he has his sons just after the flood ended. Okay, you have to play with the math there, because we got early year birth date and a late year birth date. Apparently the women got pregnant while they were on the boat. Okay, and his son, they date the flood from the beginning of the year. They call it the inundation. So inundation means when it began. So, they're in the boat for a year. So the women can get pregnant but not have kids until they get out of the boat. And just like, Peter says, there were 8 persons in the boat. So if they were pregnant while in the boat, the fetus didn't count as a person. Of course, that's Exodus 21:22 anyhow. Fetuses aren't human. You're not human till you're born, Genesis 2:7. But the point is that our boy Shem is having kids just in the same year as the flood, but obviously at the end of it. Okay? So then we can say, well, he got a covenant because he's the name. Okay, fine, then you can play your games here. But we don't have to. Noah got his covenant in 1556. His covenant runs out in 2046. Okay, so did any of these other people get covenants too? Maybe, maybe not. But the one the Bible's tracking is Noah's. The implication is that Noah got his, and not all these people mentioned got theirs. I have to name Shem because this is 1656. Noah's only voting in 1556. Okay? And Shem is his kid. All right? So did Shem get one also? Well, maybe, maybe not. It doesn't say anything, and it's not tracking Shem the same way it's tracking Noah. So I'm assuming that it's only Noah. Now you can argue with that, and if you find something else, let me know. But the fact of the matter is the numbers are adding up so that Noah and Abraham are pegged together. Now, why is that important? Because the temple is getting its own 490. So the 490 is shifting from people to the temple. So what you need to do is track that. All right, so then the question is, well, is there a tracking or a shift in the timeline that would argue that the temple should have been started earlier? And there's a whole lot to argue that, which is why we got to go through this. Abraham, 54 years before the deadline, he supermatures. He has to do it then because of Noah. That's the only conclusion you can draw because the 2 years tie at the same point. Bible's making a point about these ages. It's not telling us very much about these other people. It's singling out Noah and it's singling out Abraham. So wherever these other people fit in, they're not germane to the story. Which means that what is germane to the story is that Noah got a grant. Either his was the last running grant, or he was the only guy who got a grant, and all these people after him really didn't get one. Okay? And as a favor to Noah, Shem carries the name, and Shem didn't have his own 490. That's going to become real relevant when we get to Abraham's kids also. Okay? So we got a 54-year credit here. You're kind of familiar with that now, hopefully. All right? So if we got a 54-year credit here, and the time of the Jews has to start 54 years early here, then you want to track the 490s from Abraham. And that's what we got to do now because it's going to shift with the temple. And again, Matthew is reconciling all the way back to Abraham with his genealogy. So 2046, calculator here on the right side, plus 490 becomes 2536. So his 490 runs out in 2536. Noah's personal 1,000, I'm assuming Noah got a 1,000 because all history is based on him, would run out 1,000 years after his covenant with God. So that's 20 years later. Okay, but the Exodus doesn't happen until 2066. So who's covering it? Who got a time grant after Abraham? That's the big issue. Well, Abraham had Isaac. You could argue, and I have no evidence to prove it, that Abraham got a time grant also, because God did renew the covenant with Isaac explicitly. Okay, but did he renew the covenant with Isaac explicitly because of Isaac's own growth or because of Abraham's? In other words, the promise of kids is to Abraham. The promise of kids isn't to Isaac. So when God renews the covenant with Isaac, is he doing it because of Isaac's own growth or Abraham's? Now you could argue that it was Isaac's because Isaac was somewhere between age 18 and age 40 when he goes up the mountain with his dad Abraham and Abraham sacrifices him. In other words, Isaac let it happen. Isaac wasn't forced. When Abraham is telling that story, when the story is told, okay, about Abraham sacrificing Isaac, Isaac is talking to him. And when Abraham binds him up, there's no struggle. So that implied that Isaac had matured pretty quickly. All right, so you could argue, well, Isaac got a time grant. All right, and I covered him in light blue because it's real strong probability, given his behavior when he was sacrificed. Okay? So if we say that, and we don't worry about the 2536 here, if we say, okay, well, Isaac when he had his kid, which was actually later than the time, of the sacrifice, when he was sacrificed between 18 and 40, okay, he doesn't have kids till he's 60. It's when he's age 40 that afterwards that Abraham goes to get him his wife, okay, Rebecca. Okay, so he has a kid when he's 60, that's 2106. All right, so if he has a kid when he's 60, 2106 from, Adam's fall, then we can take 2106, assuming that was when God, granted the time grant. We add 490 to that, and we got 2596. Okay, but 2596 is only 60 years later than 2536, and we're still short because the Exodus occurs in 2666, which is later. So who got the next time grant? Okay, well, Isaac's son was Jacob. So maybe Jacob got a time grant because God did explicitly renew the covenant with Jacob. Okay, but when he explicitly renewed the covenant with Jacob, he did not do it at the time of Jacob having kids. First of all, because the covenant wasn't going to be renewed altogether with, which son? Because he had a bunch of sons. He worked for 7 years. Then he was given Leah and Rachel, but he had to work another 7 years. And Rachel means ewe lamb. Okay, she actually didn't have any kids until after the second 7 years was up, and then she had Joseph and Benjamin. Okay, well, Joseph first and then Benjamin, and she died when she had Benjamin. Joseph was therefore 7 years old when Jacob gets this covenant, so it's not due to the naming of his son. Okay, he returns to the land when he's 60. All right, he returns 21 years later. Joseph is already 6 or almost 7 years old at that point. So it's not due to the birth of his son. All right, so now we go, okay, well, let's say it's 2166. All right, and 2166 plus 490 is 2656. It's still 10 years short of the Exodus. And this was what really tipped me off to the whole timeline thing with the Bible. See, we don't recognize the Bible as shifting timelines. It's accounting on several different tracks. It's accounting on one track from Abraham, another track starting out with Adam, a second track with Abraham, okay, which is the continuation of the Adamic track through Noah, because Noah starts his own time track too. So you got Adam track, then you got the Noah track, then you got the Abraham track, which begins the accounting track for the Jews. But all these tracks have to be reconciled to each other. And we don't know that the Bible's doing different time tracks. So because we don't know that, we can't add up the Bible's numbers. We don't see when the time track shifts. And here it shifts by 10 years. See, if we say, and it's reasonable to say this because Jacob got his covenant renewed, if we say that Jacob got a 490, that 490 ends 10 years before the Exodus. Okay, but the Exodus is exactly 490 years after Joseph was first enslaved in Egypt. And since we have all these dates, that's where I got them. These are all from the Bible. I didn't get them from scholars or extra biblical sources. I just added up the Bible's own numbers. Okay, and in my brainoutfact.htm number 6a, which a link will be in the video description, I show the Bible verses that I used to get this. I don't have the Bible verses listed in here, which I should, but I don't. Okay, so the time track isn't based on Jacob. It's based on a 10-year shift with Joseph. So the natural question arises, Joseph was 17 when he was enslaved. And the Bible is dating his 490, dating a 490, definitely, from Joseph when he was enslaved. 490 years after this date, See, 2176 plus 490 is the Exodus. And there couldn't have been a Moses born. Moses was born in 1520 BC. There couldn't have been a Moses born if Joseph didn't have a 490. So somehow, based on whatever system of revelation they then had, because there was no written scripture back then, he matured in it. He super matured in it by the time he was 17. Of course, when you see that he's able to rule all of Egypt as vizier by the time he's 30, this was one smart kid. Of course, when you look at Daniel, Daniel was like 15 or 17 when he was taken to Babylon. And look how smart he was at such an early age. I mean, his prayer is metered, and he's talking out loud off the top of his head, and his prayer is in perfect meter using all these 490 concepts. It's awesome. And he's tallying up everything he read in Jeremiah, and he's tallying to the meter in Isaiah 53. All the time he's talking out loud, looking outside the window toward Jerusalem. So could Joseph have been that smart at 17? Well, Daniel had to be. Because Daniel was in the diaspora. Okay, whatever Bible knowledge he had, that was it. Maybe there were some teachers alongside there with him. You know, it doesn't say that he talked to any teachers while he was in Babylon. So whatever he learned about scripture, he took with him when he went to Babylon. And, you know, you have to sort of assume that. So he was one smart kid. Well, Joseph was one smart kid too. I mean, he reformed the prison system while he was there in his 3 years, or at least he was put in charge of it. At 17, for the jailer to put him in charge when one wrong thing could have gotten the jailer executed, Joseph had to be pretty good at what he did. And of course, from the time he was 17 to the time he was 27, he went to jail when he was 27. From the time he was 17 to 27, he was put in charge of Potiphar. Potiphar was like the chief of police for all of Egypt. So Joseph was no dummy. So, you know, was he not a dummy because of the scripture he learned? Or was he able to learn scripture so well because he wasn't a dummy? Well, the truth of the matter is any scripture, any spiritual information has to be transmitted by God. So it's the spiritual information that made him so smart. I sound smart to people. People think I'm natively smart. It's not me, it's the scripture. I'm as dumb as anybody else without it. Okay? So I can understand why Joseph would know at 17. Makes sense. All right, so he matured that much. So hello, now the timeline shifted, and he got Jacob's timeline ended 2166, if we assume he got one, which it's reasonable to assume he did. Okay, 490 ended 10 years before. Okay, but it shifted to Joseph 10 years after Jacob got his. So in the 10 years, the intervening 10 years, see, he gets his when Joseph is 7. In the intervening 10 years, Joseph learned that much. Who did he learn it from? Who did he learn that much scripture from? He had to learn it from his dad. They didn't have roving rabbis in those days. He had to learn it from his dad. So yeah, his dad was probably that smart, and Joseph was probably that smart because his dad taught him about God, and when he wasn't listening to his dad talking about God, then he was asking God questions, and God gave it to him directly. I mean, what else can you assume? Bottom line is, this is the guy on who the 490 is based, not Jacob. So the 490 shifted to Joseph. And in one reason you can see why, because 10 years later takes you to the Exodus. 2176 plus 490. Now, where does that leave us with respect to Abraham? Well, these are all overlapping. Abraham's timeline, Abraham matured in 2046. His 490, as I showed up here, ended in 2536. Okay, well, 2176 and 2166 is still well within that. So as it were, the maturation funds operating on Abraham, due to Abraham, were fulfilled, as it were, in Jacob and Joseph. And after that, nobody. So the other sons of Jacob, they're not tracked by the Bible. So either they didn't mature or it's not important. Joseph is singled out. Okay, so within the 490-year period, not happening at the very last minute, within the 490-year period, one or both of these guys got a 490 time grant. For sure, Joseph, because at the last minute, Moses leads the Exodus. Now, the Exodus is granted as a gift to Moses. The people of Israel are granted as a gift to Moses. Moses, therefore, did get a time grant. We know that from Numbers 14 and its parallel passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, when the people rose up to play, with the golden calf thing, God says to Moses, and I think it's Numbers 14, hey, guess what? I tell you what, why don't I just remove everybody? I'll just kill all of them, and I'll start the whole line over with you. You can be the father of the people I create. And Moses said to him, no, don't do that. What's Egypt going to think? You have a name amongst the nations for delivering your people Israel. If you kill them all, then what are they going to think? And of course, God foreknew that Moses would talk like that. And he says, okay, I'll relent. And here's the key. For 40 years in the wilderness, they're going to wander, and I'm going to kill them off during the 40 years. And it's the next generation that's going to go into the land. The next generation. Remember, Matthew's talking about 3 generations? And he's measuring it in 33s, actually, to plan Christ. He's measuring it in terms of 33s. Well, 33 and 7 is 40 years in the wilderness. Okay, so for the next 40 years, and Israel enters the land 40 years later, just after Moses wrote Psalm 90, because he dies after he writes it. Song of Moses, Deuteronomy 32, and Psalm 90 were written in the same year. Okay, 2706, Israel enters the land. Okay, well, that's 40 years late. They're 40 years late. You realize that. They were supposed to enter the land the first year, at the beginning of the 490. And pretty much every pastor knows that story. They reconnoitered the land during the first year. They were supposed to go a direct route into the land that first year. And because they complained about the giants at Kadesh, they don't enter the land. So we got a 40-year delay to account for. Okay? And that's what we'll pick up in the next increment. Okay, so what do we got here? Israel's 40 years late getting into the land. It's real clear that they were supposed to enter the same year as the Exodus. Okay? Because we're told why there's a delay. The delay is to get rid of the generation that left in the Exodus, and their kids are going to enter the land instead. That's a bad thing. Okay? So now let's see if we can measure this lateness. Because really, it's almost axiomatic amongst teachers that the temple remained standing for an extra 40 years after church began, simply because of what you're seeing on screen. That the temple should have been in the land, even though it was in tabernacle form under Moses. It should have been in the land in 2666 and have been standing altogether, until the end of time ever since. All right, so that the actual what should have been is that the temple should have been standing till the millennium, when the new temple would be established in Ezekiel 40. 4200 is when the millennium should have began. It should have been there in 2666, so it should have been standing for 1534 years in the land. It's real important. In the land. Okay, but it doesn't. We got 40 years it's not standing. And then we got another 49 years that it was down because of the desecration in 586, or the, destruction in 586. So it really only ended up standing for 1,445 years. So we got 49 plus 40, technically owed to the temple. 40 years that it came in late, all right, and another 49 years where it was down, okay? But because of the Davidic time grants, the Davidic 490s, Israel was still a nation in diaspora, and the world could continue, all right? But there's a total of 89 years to make up here. 89 years short of a goal is what I'm trying to get at here. 89 years short of a goal. Now we know with hindsight that of that 89 years, 40 are actually lived, as it were, by the temple standing post-Israel in church age. So now we got 49 total years to account for, which are the same 49 years that the temple was down. You can't go back. You can't go back in time. All right. When God makes up the 49 years in Daniel 9, he's granting an additional 49 years. Additional. Okay, but the 49 years the temple was down, it was still down. He doesn't rewind time and we start all over at Rehoboam and fix it. That's not how it works. New time was granted. Okay, well then this 49 years is still a loss. How could God justify granting new time when this is a loss? Okay? I mean, there's a lot more to the story than I'm saying, but I'm trying to figure out how to keep it simple. All right? The 49 years is a loss. And at the time of all these calculations, it's gradual, okay? The first loss we have is 40 years, okay, because of this delay. All right, well, where's the time for that going to come from? How come God could allow the delay? If the temple was supposed to be established in the form of a tabernacle initially, here, why is it okay for them to wander? Okay, well, one of the answers you could bring up is, well, pray now. The tabernacle still was constructed. It just wasn't inside the promised land. Yeah, but it was supposed to be. And that's why the 40 years after Israel is gone, it's still getting it. Now, why was it supposed to be there that year? I don't know. I mean, I got some ideas, but I got to research them better. Why was it so important to put the temple there in the land then? We know that the temple was part of the contract for Israel. We know that from what Solomon is praying in 1 Kings 9. That as long as the temple is standing, Israel will be standing. And if Israel's not standing because the temple's not standing, anybody in Israel who looks in that direction, if they pray, please restore the temple. And Daniel's taking advantage of that in 538 BC, just after Persia took over. That's in Daniel 9, specifically Daniel 9:2. Because he's saying why he prayed, why he picked that year to pray and that moment to pray. I'm sure he knew the doctrine long before. Okay? But the point is that if the temple standing and Israel standing go together, but the temple's not up, because, I mean, even if it's elsewhere, it's wandering around in what we call that triangular section of the Middle East today, which is mostly Saudi Arabia, Muscat, Oman, Dubai. Okay? If they're traveling around there, instead of being in Israel, well, there is a temple, but it ain't in the land. See, if the land is supposed to be able to enjoy its Sabbaths, then the land is supposed to be to enjoy the temple presence too. And you can start arguing, well, why did God even make that rule in the first place? I don't have the answer to that yet. I got ideas only. Okay? And then the idea is that Christ is the temple depicts, and his presence in the land was some kind of deadline promise beginning right here at the Exodus. Okay, but then that promise isn't quite fulfilled, is it? But Moses got a time grant. So because Moses matured, and it is a birthday present to him, he was almost 81 years old. Sorry, I keep forgetting to turn off my alarm. He was almost 81 years old when the Exodus occurred, which means he was born at the beginning of the year, which there's a whole lot of stuff to say about that too. Okay, so we got to account for why this 40 is okay. Well, to do that, we got to go back to Abraham. Remember, we got a 54-year credit on Abraham. He matured in 2046. And the time grant for the 490 shifted to Joseph within Abraham's own 490-year grant. So it's okay that there be a 40-year delay here, so long as it's made up later. Okay? That's on one set of books. We got a credit with an offsetting debit of 40 years. And that's how I accounted it in my Psalm 90 videos. I'm not sure that's the only way to account it, but it is a way to look at it, at least to understand the ideas involved. Maybe you'll come up with a better accounting. You know, I have to at least do the sort of germinated version of all these ideas and principles before I die. And somebody else is going to come in and clean it up after I'm dead. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So 40 years offset to the 54-year credit. If you know anything about accounting, you understand that there are offsets within offsets. All right, so on one set of books, we got an offset right here, a contra account, so to speak. Okay, offsetting the 54 years of Abraham being early. Okay, but when it's a contra account for something that's owed somebody else already, then we got, in a sense, this is where it gets really complicated. On the one hand, you got a credit for Israel being early via Abraham, minus the 40 years that is obviously a debit here because she's late getting in. All right? So that leaves a 14-year credit. You've seen that number many times before by now. You see where it's coming from. On that one hand, yes. Okay, but see, if he's early and that starts Jewish time early, and they're not on time relative to their own time, see, if it's 2,100 years allotted to the Jews starting with Abraham, then that 54-year credit doesn't even count, because they got their own 2,100-year deadline. Okay, and they're already 40 years late here. So now you got a different set of accounting rules. I hope I don't get you too complicated. They, in essence, owe the Gentiles 54 years via Abraham. But they're also late with respect to their own time. Okay, so now that creates another debit of 40 years. With it, relative 54 to 40, it's a credit offset. But in the larger picture, reconciling back to Abraham and reconciling back to Adam, this is a 40-year delay in time. 40 extra years actually elapse, is the point. 40 extra years actually elapse that weren't supposed to. In other words, the character of the time between here and here was supposed to be marked by the temple being in Israel, in the form of a tabernacle in those days, but it was still, the temple, and a very elaborate tabernacle at that. Okay? It was supposed to be there. It wasn't. And there's 40 more years that go on. So we're really kind of looking at a 94-year because it really is. It's an elapse of 54 that's owed to someone else, plus 40 years that's a delay. So those are conceptually, those are two kinds of debits. 94. All right. Now, complicating this still further is the fact that now we get down to David, and he's 3.5 years early being crowned. That ends up also being owed, but because we got this 94 we got to worry about, or you can call it 40 if you want, we're now going to subtract 3.5. Well, let's do it right the first time. 53.5 for Abraham, plus the 40-year delay getting into the land, plus 3.5 early on David. That's 97. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is that the millennium was supposed to begin when Christ was 97. And that was already going to be true. That was already going to be true long before David came along. Okay? So you'll notice, whether you talk about a beginning or end of year, remember I said back here that you got an 89? That we're still going to, we haven't even gotten to all of it yet. We got an 89 minus the 40 years wandering. We could have, at this point in its future, we're going to have 49 years when the temple is down. Okay? Right now, we're not looking at all that. Right now, all we're looking at is 97, which is a sum of 54 plus the 40 plus the, well, we shouldn't say 54. 53.5, sorry, plus the 40 wandering, plus 3.5 for David being early, but he's not crowned over all Israel. He's crowned over Hebron. Now he's early. So in a way you can say, well, that's a contra account to the 37. I mean to the 54 and the 40. Okay, fine. So let's do that. 53.5 plus 40. Because that's real elapsed time. Okay, and David's earlier than the deadline. So you say, okay, well now we can wipe out the 3.5 of Moses by subtracting 3.5 with David being early. Okay, now watch. Problem is he's not king over all Israel. He was supposed to be king over all Israel by then. This is the 1050th year from Abraham. From Abraham. So on the one hand, he's early with respect to the counting back to Adam, which is a civilization time. But on the other hand, he's not yet finished relative to Abraham. He's king. That's half of the story. But he's not king over everybody. He's only king over Hebron. He was supposed to be king over all Israel at this point. And he does 7 years later. So here we go back to this. We've already debited him being early. Okay, well, we got 7 more years to add. And guess what? We're right back to where we started. See, this is why Christ is born when he's born. This is all part of what Matthew is reconciling when he does his 476 here. I hope you see where it's coming from. It's going all the way back to Adam. And Paul does a complete reconciliation back to Adam in Ephesians 1, which is written, 28 years after. Okay? 97, you see where it's coming from. Because here, king over all Israel is when it occurs. The Lord will be born 1,000 years after this date. And now it becomes relevant about the 3.5 years. Okay? Because this goes 1050 from Abraham. But this has to be based on 1,000 from David. It's an intervening deadline because it's the day of the Lord thing. Promised to who? Moses. Or promised to Israel. Okay, but Israel was late in getting to the party. All right, so now we got this. And now we can say, okay, well, we're going to subtract it again. Okay, let's subtract it again, 3.5. Because he's born early, 3.5 years early, basically. So now we're back to 93.5. Now watch, when we subtract the 40, that the temple was standing after Israel ended and church began, we're still back to the 54 years with who? Abraham. We still got the 54 years. You see the point? This is why everybody was expecting the temple to go down in 40 years. Because in essence, this hadn't finished. At that point, it hadn't finished. I mean, we're not done with the number crunching with respect to Abraham yet. Okay, you see how it got there. Okay, but we got to add the 3.5 back, and we got to add the 40 back. Christ has to be 97 for the reasons you're seeing on screen. I'm sorry it's so complicated. God is real precise in his accounting. Drives me nuts. Okay? So, Matthew is balancing to all that with the 476, and we're still not over, because we haven't even come to the reconciliation with the temple, which I'm going to pick up in the next increment. Okay, so now we have to get into the temple reconciliation with David versus what Solomon did, and this is where it gets to be a kind of pistol. David dies 963. We already saw that because Abraham was early, that's a credit. We already saw that because the timeline shifted 10 years later, but within Moses' timeline to Joseph, that the Exodus got to be 2066. Okay? 2666. Measured as a 490 from Joseph, not from Abraham, not from Isaac, and not from Jacob. But the shift occurred within the 490 from Abraham at 2046. Now, still reconciling to Abraham versus David, we also saw that relative to Adam, just like Abraham was, Jacob is 3.5 years early relative to Adam. So what you could say here, and I'm still working out the details, relative to Adam, we got a 54-year credit owed on Abraham. Relative to Adam, because of David becoming king here 3.5 years early, relative to Adam, but on time relative to Abraham, we got an extra, well, let's do it right, 53.5 from Abraham plus 3.5 relative to Adam from David. That's where your 57 in the Mosaic Law comes from, for sure. And part of it was prescient because God foreknew that David wouldn't be crowned king over all Israel, but would be crowned king in time because he has to be mature to be crowned. And the whole test is about maturation. Okay, he couldn't be crowned if he wasn't mature. All right, that's why Saul lost it. Saul was on the verge of being mature, and then he goes negative, so much so that he names one of his sons Eshbal. That's Mephibosheth to you. Okay, Bosheth means shame. His name was renamed when David won at Hebron. Saul lost it. So Saul didn't get it. David did. Saul was first offered the same deal that David ended up getting. Okay, that story is told in 1 Samuel toward the end. Starting about 1 Samuel, 11, 10, 7, somewhere in that vicinity. The story about Saul is told. And then by the time you get to 1 Samuel 13, he lost it. He lost it so much they didn't even write down how many years he ruled and how old he was. You don't find that out till Acts 13:20 from Paul. Okay, so David's maturation counted. So we got a total of 57 years old, which was already presaged by Moses in the Mosaic Law. So it's a little wonder then that the accounting for David relative to Abraham is also relative to the Exodus. Okay? So think of this calculator here as the 2-Adam reconciliation. These are credits owed to non-Jews for time spent by Jews that, as it were, treaded on their promised time to the Gentiles. Because God is accounting this way. All right? Now, part of that, and this is where we're going to have to play with it, part of what happens for Jews to Jews, they have their own schedule. And part of that impacts this thing with the to Adam accounting here. All right? One of which is the fact that you got the Exodus occurring 490 years after Joseph. So that's tracking. Plus 490. We have a deadline for the temple to be established here at 3156 based on the Exodus, which is why 1 Kings 6:1 is based on the Exodus. All right? But at the same time, it was a promise to David, 2 Samuel 7, which I've covered before. And at the same time, 2666, which is the Exodus year, 1440 BC, is when they should have gone into the land. They're 40 years late from that. They don't go into the land until 40 years later, 2706, which is when Moses writes Psalm 90 and puts down all this stuff about time, which they had long known, but he reduced it to writing then. Okay, well, how are we going to count this 40-year shortfall? All right. Well, one way you can account it is to add it to the 57 here. And that's justifiable because the temple's still standing after church began. That's what it looks like God did. He added it as a credit, to the Gentiles that has to be paid back to the Jews. And so that's why, and scholars are always talking about that, if it's really true the church began on Pentecost, especially replacement theologians are trying to argue this, if it's really true that the church began on Pentecost and not in Abraham's tent, see, they're trying to relate it back to Abraham, then why is the temple still standing? Because they're trying to say they inherited everything of the Jews and that the Jews really don't count anymore. That's Catholicism and that's Calvinism, and they're all big on trying to replace the Jews. God isn't doing it that way. Very clearly, the Mosaic Law and the Jews were in the land for that 40 years. They were in the land. They were not diaspora. They were in the land until the temple went down. That's 1 Kings 9. As long as the temple is standing, so is the covenant to Israel. That's what 1 Kings 9 says. I'm sorry about the replacement theologians who don't understand that. At the same time, Gentile time did begin. So God is obviously doing some kind of crediting here. And since Christ bought time for all time, that's the quip that Paul is using in Galatians 4:4, using the Greek name for the Saturnalia festival, saying that Christ was born during the Saturnalia. He uses the Greek word chronos, which is the Greek equivalent of Saturn, the god Saturn in the Roman gods' Saturnalia festival. He's making a quip about Christ being born on Hanukkah, because Hanukkah occurred during that same week. Okay? Christ was supposed to return when he was age 97. So God is reconciling that 40 over here somewhere. Okay, but he's also got to reconcile it here. All right, so if we're reconciling solely within the Abrahamic track, we got 54 years that he was early, because the Abrahamic track starts 54 years early, and we have to subtract the 40 years of the wandering from that. By the time we get to David, It's really important. By the time we get to David here being crowned 1050 years from Abraham, in time for civilization to continue, see, this is tracking to the 1,000 is tracking specifically to Adam. See, he's 54 years still. Look at that. He's 54 years, 53 and a half, before the end of the 1030 from Adam. Because he's tracking at the 1050, this is the 1050 deadline to Abraham. So everybody's still on time with reference to his crowning, but not with reference to him being crowned over all Israel. Okay? That happens 7 years later. So we've already subtracted the 40 for the wandering under Moses from the Abrahamic track. He's crowned within the voting period for the world to continue. So that's why the world can continue, because now he is king over all Israel this year. Okay? So the world can go on living because David was crowned king of over Israel. Because now the timeline is shifted to Israel via Moses, okay, via the Exodus. We saw that shift starting with Joseph to Moses, and now Israel via the Exodus. Okay, but Israel rejected God as king back up here. I'm sorry I have to keep going back and forth with this. See, Abraham's personal 1,000 ended here. 10 years later, God is rejected as the king of Israel. That's why there was Saul, who didn't work out, and there was David, who did work out. He was born in 3066. He's crowned first in 3096, but not over all Israel to 3103. Okay, well, we had the credit from Abraham. This is within the Abrahamic Jewish time track. We lost 40 years due to wandering. We got 14 left. Our time's out of balance with respect to Israel. All right, we got 14 left at this point. Okay, but we're losing another 7 here. From here to here, we're losing 7. So now we got 7 years left before time goes out of balance. 7. We're using up within Israel's own time relative to Abraham, irrespective of this time track here. We're losing time. We're not on time. The Hebrew word is la moed, and it means a unity of time and place and space. It's usually translated appointment, and it was the word that was always used for assembling a temple. There was a time, namely Friday at sundown, okay, that you went to shul. Shul is the modern Yiddish term for assembling a temple. So we got 7 years left on the clock at this point. So here's where it gets really dicey, and I've made different kinds of conflicting interpretations of it in my videos, and I'm still not sure which one is right. Solomon waits. See, David dies 963. The 2 Samuel 7 promise is Solomon will build it when you die. Okay, well then David died in 963. Why did Solomon wait 3.5 years to start building? Part of the argument was, and you can see it in 1 Kings 1 through 2:39, part of it was that he had a little mini civil war on his hands when David died. Part of it was that he had to make contracts with Hiram of Tyre to get the right stone to do all the construction the way David had designed it under God's direction during the last 70 years after he retired in 970 BC. See, he dies 7 years later. Why the scholars don't know that, I don't know. It's real plain in the last 7 chapters of Chronicles, which, Jeremiah didn't label them 7 chapters, but they do represent 7 years. And in 1 Kings 1, chapter 1 through verse 5. Okay? The 7 years are all there. In fact, it goes all the way to 10 years. Because 1 Kings 6:1 is 480 years after the Exodus. Solomon, on 2 Ziv, that you find out in Chronicles, begins to build. And you'll find out in Chronicles in the English. You have to look at the Greek. Okay, he begins to build. All right? Why? Because here's what happens. Yeah, okay, relative to the Exodus, 10 years later, the temple's dedicated. So relative to the Exodus, 490 years after the Exodus, the temple is dedicated. Okay, but it didn't start building within the other set of books relative to David's death. And then after he finishes building it in 953, and that you see in 1 Chronicles 6, and 1 Kings 6, he lets it sit another 3.5 years. So you got a 3.5 year delay from David's death, a 3.5 year another delay to the time it's dedicated in Wanithanim. The strong implication, therefore, being that David died at the beginning of, Wanithanim. That could be. I had to play with it. Why did he delay? Did God tell him to do it? Because look, we got 7 years on the clock here. This is a delay of another 7 years. Yeah, he's meeting the deadline at the last minute with respect to the 490, because it's going to shift to the temple because God was rejected as king. David ends up being the guy who carries the 490s and the 1000s, because I've documented in my videos how you can tell. And I've traced them all here in the worksheet. Okay? See, this is the end from his kingship. This is the end from his death. All that. I traced it so you can see how God has shifted the timeline. Okay, but is it because God shifted the timeline to David? And therefore Solomon was doing what God told him to do? Or not? Now, I've played it both ways in the videos. Okay? I've subtracted this 7. So now we're down to 0. Time balance, we've used up all of the Abrahamic credit at this point. We lost 40 years wandering in the wilderness. We lost 7 years due to the civil war with David. And we lost the last 7 years due to the delay in the temple being dedicated. Because it was supposed to be started to be built when David died. So the delay in its construction and the delay in its dedication, because look, if it had been constructed, if temple construction started when David died like it was supposed to, then in 963, I gotta do this, because I've been trying to figure this out for years. 963 minus 7. Then in 956, it would have been dedicated rather than 950. And that's really a 7-year difference. Okay? That's a 7-year difference, really. Okay, if it had been dedicated in 956, all right, it was actually dedicated in 950. So we take 3156 and we subtract, we'll say 6, because this is really what it's getting to. By the end of the 1050 from Adam, that temple was supposed to be dedicated. Everything would have been on time. See this? Do you understand how this is working? All of the reconciliation to Adam, to Israel, all the credits, the whole 9 yards would have balanced back to Adam if the temple had been built starting in the year David died, still finished in its 7 years. Okay? It would have reconciled back to Adam. See? David died in 960. This was 3143. So we got 31 to do it so that you can see it. Minus, oops, I did it wrong. 3143 minus 7 years. Because the temple was finished in 7 years, so presumably it still could have been. Okay? 3136. Did I do that right? Yeah. 3136. Then you would have preserved the 14. Okay? You would have preserved it. David died. 3143. 3143. Oh, plus 6. Sorry. Okay. So by 3150, when it closed, all the time books would have been in balance. But they're not. The only thing it looks like Solomon did, I don't know if he misinterpreted it or God wanted him to do it. God took this and said, okay, well, I'm going to wait 3.5 years. All right, because I got 7 years on the clock left over from Abraham. Okay, because remember, we got this. Abraham 54, minus 40 years wandering in the wilderness, minus the 7-year rebellion. I got 7 years left. So I think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take my time off and make sure as long as I get it done by the 490th year of the Exodus, I'm okay. Was that Solomon going out of fellowship? Because we know he was out of fellowship for some of this time. Did he go out of fellowship that early? Or did God tell him to wait? Bottom line is, this temple should have been up, and it was up, but it wasn't dedicated by 3150. It was dedicated 7 years later. So I'm voting that we've used up our time books with respect to the Abrahamic credit. Minus 40 years wandering in the wilderness. Minus the 7-year rebellion against David. Minus the 7-year delay total of Solomon. And we got no time left. Israel's got no time on her time books by 3156. And it's a 7. Okay? You know, beginning of year, end of year. Ends up taking up the whole time. We got no time left. He's doing it at the very last minute, either misinterpreting the deadline or God's telling him to delay, in which case, why? All right? So now we're going to in either event, we're 7 years late relative to this. You got to keep this in mind. Relative to the Abrahamic timeline, we're 7 years late. I mean, the Adamic timeline, we're 7 years late. Because this should have happened by 3150. End of 3149, beginning of 3150. So we're 7 years late by the time he actually does it. And you'll notice that Moses' personal 490 runs out that same year. Okay, that's 490 years from the Exodus. All right, so what gives here? Israel has no time left then once the temple is started. And not only that, but on this other set of books, she's 7 years late. So now we got a 97 up here because this is measuring to the Adamic. So now we got to say, well, now we're 7 years late. We got a 104. And I see this number a lot. It's really represented as 105 because it's the beginning of the year. I see this number a lot in the Bible meter, and I don't understand it. So that's what I'm trying to reconcile here, because somehow Matthew is reconciling it with this 476. Okay? So we'll pick up in the next increment and keep on trying. Back again, still on the 476, reconciling how Matthew is using the same numbers to reconcile in so many different ways. And of course, the reason he's doing this is he's reconciling all time to the generations from Abraham. Okay, but Abraham was born during the time that was promised to the Gentiles the first 2100 years. So we really have 2 time tracks, actually more than 2, that we have to follow. And it's because we don't know that we have these multiple time tracks that we end up with Christ being born 4 BC. So we didn't recognize that the Bible is allocating time on parallel tracks and then balancing them to each other. Now what we've seen so far is that up here is our Adamic track, okay? And what we saw is that Abraham, I'll come back here in a minute. Abraham, relative to Adam, okay, here's Adam. All right, Abraham was supposed to mature under normal circumstances. He had until 2100. He was born in 1946. He did live to be 175, so there was plenty of time. Okay, and he was kind of slow about it when you read the story. He was bucking God, and understandably so. Okay, if you can't understand that, and if you think that the spiritual life is easy, guess again. He had until 2100. Okay, 54 years after he was, 154 years after he was born. That would have been his deadline. Okay, but there's this problem, and this is where we learn about how God orchestrates time in 490-year increments. I've already shown you how it's first demonstrated between the numbers difference. If you only use the Bible's numbers and forget everybody else, God's right, everybody else is wrong. When you start here, you realize, oh, this connection's the same number as in Daniel 9. This is how I learned it. Okay, oh, God's doing it from the beginning. Because you can tell in the wording of Daniel 9 that it's not the first time Daniel heard of the 490. He doesn't ask any questions. He doesn't report that he's discombobulated or confused or upset in Daniel 9. But in the other chapters, he reported how upset he was or how confused he was. But not there. Okay, well, if he's not confused there, then this is a number he was already familiar with. I didn't know the meter at that time. This whole timeline that you see here, I didn't know the meter when I made it. I saw what I saw in Daniel 9's text, not knowing anything about meter. And I said, you know what? This isn't the first time that God's talking about a 490. Let me go back and do all the begats, all the way to Christ, and see what the number pattern is. Because it's very clear to me in the text of Daniel 9, even if you know nothing else, that this was totally something God had done before. My pastor knew that too, because when he taught Daniel 9 back in, I want to say it was 1977, I'd have to go look it up, but it was lesson 45 in my notes. He said, well, the temple is getting a renewal of its own 490. And he never elaborated on that for the rest of his career that I can find. So I'm like, okay, alerted by that class of my pastor and the text of Daniel 9, I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to go back and just start reconciling the time, looking for this 490-year relationship and see what happens. And what you see on screen is what happened. I didn't know the meter then. I didn't know the meter was so rife in every Bible book. Here, we're looking at it in Matthew, but at this point, I've shown it in Matthew, Hebrews, Jude, Revelation. I've yet to show it revised in Revelation, Luke, book of Mark, okay, and of course Ephesians, Mary's Magnificat, all right, Zechariah's own speech, Daniel 9 itself is metered, Isaiah 53, which is what started me knowing the meter, and Psalm 90, which is what Isaiah 53 used. All that came after I did this schedule here. I haven't revised the schedule since I first did it in 2009. It was in 2009 that I really started to discover the meter. Okay, actually July of 2008 I learned about Isaiah's meter, but I didn't recognize all the import of it. And I didn't change the data here. Okay? I started this worksheet in 2004. Okay, when I first discovered the 490 relationship from Daniel. Without the meter. Alright, so you can do it without the meter. These are all Bible dates. You can read them. This is all Genesis 5 stuff. Okay, our first alert is the relationship here. And again, beginning of year, end of year. I've covered that. Okay, by the time we get to Abraham, well, by the time we get to Noah, okay, by the time we get to Noah, you got a 490 starting here because he gets his covenant from God directly, and everybody else gets wiped out. So, honey, he's got to have a 490 granted to him. Okay, but it runs out here. And that, when you do the Bible's numbers, okay, that occurs in the same year that Abraham is mature. So what does that tell you? That his time grant ran out and the baton was picked up by Abraham. Okay, so now, where are we in God's timeline? We're 54 years in advance of the end of the voting window which is where the 120 years for the flood comes from. That's something else I learned along the way. That you got 2 voting windows, one for believers, which is 70 years sandwiched in the middle. And then the last 50 years also does double duty as voting for unbelievers at the end, so that the sum is 1050, not 1000. So 54 years before the 1050 ended, Abraham voted. And he voted and to mature, to super mature. God super matured him because only God can actually do it. You vote, you say yes, but the power is God's and the ability is God's. And he kept on saying yes, which has no merit whatsoever, but the merit is in God's power responding to your yes, which God sovereignly chooses to do. All right, so now he's mature. Okay, but that's 54 years before the 2100 promised to the Gentiles has elapsed. So here, our calculator is for the Adamic timeline. The Adamic, relative to Adam. We got a 54-year credit that's going to have to be paid to Gentiles. At the same time, we're starting a new timeline. Here are the Jews, down here at the bottom. Okay? And the 2100 starts with 2046. Okay? Now, it's the interaction between these two timelines that the Bible is tracking. And you're going to screw up your number crunching if you don't know which of the two timelines the Bible is tracking. That's why you pretty well have to do what I did here. Just do the whole timeline from Adam to Christ in order to see the interrelationship of the numbers. And it's a pistol to do that, because unfortunately there's a lot of bad scholarship on numbers. Okay? The scholars, whether they believe in the Bible or not, the Jews included, they just screw up the numbers really badly. If you're using Josephus for your numbers, forget it. Josephus couldn't add if his life depended on it. If you're using Eusebius for your numbers, or Hippolytus, or any of the stupid church fathers, those people were too dumb to live. They're fathers of apostasy, so of course the Holy Spirit is not in them, and their numbers are wrong. Our whole BCAD is arising because of that. Now, it doesn't mean everything they did 100% of the time is wrong, because you can use 1 John 1:9 and be in fellowship for a short time. But it does mean that you have to, really just go back to the Bible. And then if you find something in somebody else that confirms it, fine. And if not, well, too bad. Then you check your own math. And that's what we're doing here. The Bible's timeline is self-auditing. When I made mistakes, and I made a lot of them, in the beginning, when I made mistakes, I've been doing this for 10 years. The Bible catches my mistakes because of some other date that it uses. Okay, well here, this kept on being consistent, 54 years. So relative to Adam, we got a 54-year credit. All right, so we keep on going relative to Adam, but now we got the second timeline relative to Abraham as well. So relative to Abraham, the next deadline, okay, which is the important thing, is with respect to his kids. Did Isaac get a 490-year time grant? Well, maybe yes, but if so, it isn't going to balance to the Exodus that occurs too short. 2106 plus 490 is short of the Exodus, which is 2666. Okay, who's our next candidate? Well, Jacob. All right, 2166 plus 490 is 2656. That's 10 years short of the Exodus. So it shifted. And that's why we're told the information we're told about Joseph, in order to track the time. You see, when the Jews were writing this, everybody knew this information orally already. So they don't express it the way we need it 2,000 years later. They're going to be stressing wordplay or something humorous or something else. They're not going to stress the ABCs. See, because to the Jews, this 490 accounting is like ABCs. You learned it before you were 5 years old, or when you were 5 years old on your mother's knee. It was part of the recitation of your ancestors, which of course Matthew is doing here. Everybody knew this from when they were kids. He's using nicknames. No, some of the names aren't nicknames. Rahab, for example. But when it gets down to the generations that people are alive, they know who these people are. Well, then he's using other names. See? Zadok, we don't know who Zadok is. Akim, we don't really know who Akim is. This is intertestamental. Eliud, Eliud, we don't know who these people are. Everybody guesses. But the people alive then who got this gospel, they knew who they were. Okay? So, you learn this stuff about Jacob just like you learned the recitation that Matthew's doing. So it was all well known to people then. It's not well known to us now because our parents didn't pass the information on. That tells you how negative people have been to the Bible for 2,000 years. Okay, because when Matthew wrote it, everybody knew. But today, nobody knows. The meter's there. I'm discovering it. I'm a brain out. You don't have to be a scholar. But you know what? Even the scholars don't know. Because they're not interested to find out. Nobody's plotting the actual Bible states. Everybody's quoting Dear Dr. So-and-so like Bishop Usher, which is totally wrong. Usher's timeline is totally wrong. It's actually off by 6 years to start with, let alone the rest of the numbers. Of course, he was a replacement theologian anyhow. Okay, so he can't add and subtract. All right, so that's why we're getting it wrong. Timeline shifts to Joseph from Abraham. So you're no longer using the Abrahamic timeline. Abraham, 2046, becomes mature 490 years later, is not taking you far enough. But within the timeline that Abraham's 490 time grant covered, Joseph becomes mature at the ripe old age of 17, and God dates it from then. And of course, that's when he also becomes enslaved. So when Moses is writing 490 years later, well, not 490 years, 441 years later, he counts this 10 years of Joseph's enslavement as part of Israel's 400 to show that the promise to Abraham about 400 years of slavery was included. Because technically and contiguously, he's writing the 441st year from all that. Okay, but Israel had only been enslaved 390 of those years, contiguously. So he's adding the 10 years of Joseph's enslavement from age 17 to age 27 when he goes to jail, and then he's in jail as a free person, but in jail for 3 years, and then he's appointed vizier at age 30. But God is dating the 490 from him. So we're still on time. We don't have to worry about the 2536 because the timeline is shifted. Okay, but it shifts to Moses at the Exodus, and he gets a time grant also. And we know that because in Numbers 14, God offered to wipe out Israel and just start over with Moses. So Moses got the time grant personally. So, it's not because he had a kid. We have, the covenant being offered in this case to Moses. Moses turned it down. Okay, but he's getting the time grant, and Israel's, as it were, and this is important, grafted in to Moses because Moses turned down the separate covenant offered by God in Numbers 14. That's why that story is told. Every verse in the Bible has a purpose. And the trick is to find out why is that verse written, why is the book written, what is its purpose. Otherwise, you can't interpret the text. All right? And we're not doing enough of that. Back to the story. We're still on time. 490 years from Exodus. From Joseph is the Exodus. Okay? And here you see, I mapped it. So you can be reminded of it when you're looking at the worksheet. Okay, but now everything starts to get real funky. Why? Because 10 years after Abraham's personal 1,000 ended, and you can assume here for the sake of argument that a personal 1,000 of Moses was granted because God was going to offer to wipe everybody else out and start over with Moses, make him the new Noah. Noah probably got 1,000-year time grant. Okay, but we're past that. Now we're at Abraham's personal 1,000 because, everybody, the whole Jewish people was going to start with him. So just like we can assume Moses got it because God was making the same offer to Moses, Abraham's personal 1,000 ends just between 3,100 and 3,000. Okay? The voting period for the unbeliever is going to be here because it's the third 1050 from Adam, so that's 3150. And as we started to see, the story becomes real complicated at this point. The first complication is that the progenitor has to be crowned. The progenitor has to be royal, and he has to be royal by the 1050. The other reason why this has to happen is because God has rejected his king. Within the 490-year time grant from Moses, within the 1,000-year time grant from Moses, but after, 10 years after, the time grant from Abraham. Okay? Because there was another 1,000-year time grant already granted to Moses, we don't have to worry about this 10-year shortfall. What we do have to worry about is the fact that now, because God has rejected his king, a king has to be matured in time before the 3150 ends. Somebody's got to get the time grant to carry forward time. And the other thing we have to be watching now is because God is rejected by Israel as a whole. God has rejected his king by Israel. Then this business about the personal time grants that was granted to Moses because Israel rejected God then too, all right? It's got to go to the king, all right, who's going to be the progenitor of Messiah. And then Israel, as it got grafted in through Moses, Israel having rejected God as king, now Israel gets grafted in through David. That's what 2 Samuel 7 is all about. If there's going to be a unilateral promise from God to David of Messiah coming from David's loins, then Israel, because he's king of Israel, see, that's why the kingship is so important. Because he's king of Israel, therefore the covenant being made when he's king, which is right in here and here. The covenant being made then, which was promised before he actually became king by God through Samuel. Remember when David got anointed before he was even crowned? Because this was going to happen, then Israel is grafted in through David, not by herself. She is not inheriting the promises because of herself. She's inheriting the promises because there was a son of David who vested at the cross and inherited them. She inherits through Messiah. She inherits through the king. She does not inherit for herself. This is a major doctrine in the Bible that I don't know why people aren't accounting. Maybe because they don't understand. So now we see the timeline shifts again. It shifts to David. Okay, now, here we get into the whole issue with this 54. Relative to Adam, David is 3.5 years early becoming king. So here we had to add, let's do it over with Abraham, 53.5 plus 3.5. Now we get our 57, which is in the Mosaic Law, because all this stuff was presaged. Okay? That's to reflect the early kingship of David. But he's not king over all Israel. Okay, so now we got our problem here, which again, going back to Moses, we got the 54, but we have to subtract the 40 years Israel wandered in the wilderness, which I mentioned in the last increment, but I didn't mention in this one. Okay, and that leaves us with 14. Okay, and then the other problem is we got a 7-year civil war here, and that story is recorded in 2 Samuel 5. Okay, so now we have to subtract 7, and we've only got 7 years on the intra-Israel time track from Abraham. Balanced to Abraham here at 1050 from Abraham, but not balanced with respect to this. In other words, he should have been king of all Israel by this date, 3100. Then going into the voting period for unbelievers, everything would have been in balance. All right, that's the first problem. But he's not in balance. Okay, we got 7 years shortfall. So we saw 53.5 minus 40. We're not giving a credit for David being early here because this is still within the Abrahamic track. We're losing, well, I guess we are giving credit. We're losing 40 years because of wandering in the wilderness. So now we credit it back. Oops. 53.5 minus the 40 years wandering in the wilderness equals plus, wait a minute, I did this wrong. 3.5 for David being early. Okay, 17. Now we got a minus 7. Yeah, that's actually correct. That's more correct than what I've shown you before. We're 10 years off. You'll notice it's the same 10 years difference as related between Jacob and Joseph. Somehow God's tracking that too, but I don't know how. I haven't figured it out yet. So this is where we're short. Okay, so now here's what Solomon does. Solomon, instead of building the temple when David died, it should have started to be built when he died. Okay? If it had been built when he died, it would have been built in 7 years. So 963, I've got to use a third calculator here. 963, which is when David died. I'll use the BC. Okay? Minus 7. In 956 BC, which is the end of the 3150 from Adam, that's when that temple should have been up and dedicated, but it wasn't. Instead, Solomon waited a total of 7 years, 3.5 years in the front and 3.5 years in the back in order to dedicate it. Okay, so now we have to subtract 7. Okay, so we got a 3-year variance. Of course, this explains why Christ has to be deemed born in 4 BC. You see, we got a variance here. Because he doesn't dedicate the temple until 950. Well, okay, on a different set of books, Exodus 2666 plus 490, because that was a deadline relative to the Exodus. It's dedicated just at the last minute on time. It's actually 6 months later because the Exodus occurred at the beginning of Nisan, mid-Nisan. But it's occurring in the same year before the year ends. Okay. Well, we don't have to worry about the Exodus track at the moment. The temple's dedicated, it's got its own 490. But relative to the Abrahamic track, we're 3 years in debt. We're 3 years over. Okay? 53.4 minus, or plus, this is the credit, plus the 3.5 credit from David. I'm doing it out of chronological order. Is 57. That balances to the upper Adamic track. Okay, but we lose 40 years here for wandering in the wilderness. Okay, and we lose 7 years due to the Civil War. That leaves 10. I'm sorry, we got 3-year credit left. And we lose another 7 because of the delays of Solomon. So we got 3 years left. That's it. All right, so yeah, he's on time, but he's late relative to the temple and relative to David. So you see, Christ is going to have to be born 3 years early. And here's your justification for the 3 years early. We got a credit. Christ can be born 3 years early because we got a credit. And that's what Matthew's reconciling, as I've shown before. Okay, but it's a little easier to see that 3-year credit here based on the intra-Israel timeline and the debits and the credits relative to Abraham. Okay? So in the next increment, we're going to pick up about where we go from here, because this will explain the origin of the tribulation and Matthew's numbers of the minus 14. 3 time tracks we're playing with. The first one is Adamic, represented here. And at this point, we got a 57 credit, which if we factor in the 40-year delay for Israel wandering around the wilderness, which you know, there's a certain argument that you really need to do that because the world needed Israel's temple to be in the land at that time. It's a requirement that God made. It was what he had ordered and it didn't happen. So we have to assume that that's an important criterion. So right now the Adamic track is standing at 97. Now, I can argue it in opposite manner, but right now we're just doing the raw differences. In other words, everything that is a delay for Israel credits the non-Jews, and everything that Israel does right or early also credits non-Jews. And that's how we get to 97. The other track we were looking at is the intra-Jewish time track, which started again with Abraham. I better do it right. Started again with Abraham at 53.5 early, but it's now Jewish time. See, Jewish time is starting 53.5 years early. It is Jewish time. So it's starting now, and yes, it's a credit because it's early. Okay, and then we have to add to that. We're going to leave out the 40 again. We'll skip over that for the moment and add in David being crowned king early here. So again, at this point, if we leave out the 40, then both time tracks have the same values. That's the thing that you have to keep in mind and that Matthew's tracking too. All right, but here, unlike the one above, unlike this one, we have to subtract 40 years. Have to. Because it's a delay. Israel wandered around the wilderness for 40 years while God wiped out that first generation. And it was the second generation that went into the land. And of course, even Moses himself got so ticked off at the end of it that even he wasn't allowed to enter the land. He was just allowed to go up to Mount Nebo and look at it. Satan's going to play on that in Matthew 4. Okay? So we got 17 years, and now we have to subtract the 7-year civil war. Okay? We have to subtract the 7-year civil war for David. And we have to also subtract the 7 years unaccountable 7-year delay that Solomon either was misapplying the Bible as we see it, or God wanted him to do it. I can't really say for sure which. All right, so this -7 for the Civil War, subtracted 7, so we're left with 10, minus another 7 for Solomon's delay, gets us down to 3. Okay, but that 3 is essentially a credit vis-a-vis this. You'll notice how they reconcile now. This is 97, this is 3, it equals 100. Messiah was allotted 100 years, the same as Abraham. That's until the whole problem with David. Okay? So now, because of the problem with David, the allotment to the millennium for Messiah is 97. And that's where it remains. See, this is reconciling to Abraham. See, because Matthew's genealogy is starting from Abraham. And it's not immediately apparent how he's doing it until you crunch the numbers of the actual history in the Bible. Not in Judaism, not in Christian scholars, just the Bible. Okay? This is why the numbers in the Bible all balance, but we don't know that they balance because we don't have the audit aids that the people who were alive at the time had, because we don't know that they were using meter. We don't know that the meter was the way it's structured because we're busy looking for meter based on poetry, Western poetry standards. And we've been debating whether the Bible, starting with the Hebrew, even has meter for 300 years, since a guy named Loth, Lowth. You can look him up on the internet. He was the guy who started the argument. That was in the 1700s. Okay? So God's been telling people, hey, look at the meter, look at the meter. I'm not the first one, but apparently I'm the first one who knows about it because I can't find anybody else who knows about it. If you find somebody, please let me know. Because it's a real pistol to do this on your own. It's like I keep making mistakes and, hopefully this is going to save somebody else time. That's why I'm doing it. So, you see how we're balancing now. David balances to Abraham here, but Christ doesn't. Because David is 3.5 years earlier here, but not king over all Israel. So the net intra-Israel credit of 3 means that Christ has to be born 3 years early in order for the timeline to balance at 97, which is his age 97, which is his 98th year. And that's why year 4200 is equivalent to. And that's why we have to use 4 BC. There's a real reason why we have to use it. The timeline shortened by 3 years due to David right here. And we had all those other credits that we could offset, but we can't offset this. Now, that took into account the temple being delayed the way it is because it was using up credits. Whether at God's direction or Solomon disobeying God, I'm not sure. But the bottom line is 490 years after the Exodus, in 1 Kings 8:1, the temple gets dedicated in time. There's a real pistol to go through the Solomonic construction. You have to keep comparing Kings to Chronicles, and you have to look in the LXX because it provides more explanatory detail that in the original Hebrew isn't there, because in the original Hebrew written at the time, everybody understood it. So it didn't have to be mentioned. Okay, but writing, hundreds of years later, 300 years later, because it was Jeremiah who wrote Chronicles. The Septuagint was written approximately 273 BC and was already being touted as perfect when it wasn't. Within 50 to 100 years of its being written by a guy named Aristeas, who was trying to get us all to accept it, and everybody laughed at him. Okay, and there were all these fake stories about it and all this. The truth was it did get written that early. And you can prove it by the age of the Greek, because we got a lot of Greek around the same age that was written outside Israel. But that's another story. We got a 3-year credit here. The 3-year credit ostensibly and immediately does not affect the temple itself, because relative to the Exodus, it's on time. But relative to David, it's not. It should have started when David died in 963. Solomon basically used up the credits in order to wait. But he couldn't use up this one because this deadline intervened. See, the Exodus deadline intervened. There is an interplay of deadlines. The earliest deadline controls, and the earliest deadline was 490 years from the Exodus. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to do it. Now, whether he did it because God told him to wait, I don't know. But he waited. And that created the problem you see on screen. Christ, in order to balance to the temple, therefore, and to David, has got to be born 3 years early to use up the credit intra-Israel from here. All right? But he can't be born 1,000 years after this, because then he wouldn't be born king of all Israel, because David had to be king of all Israel before the inheritance. And it actually, 2 Samuel 7 occurs after this is over. Okay? If you look, 2 Samuel 7 is after 2 Samuel 5. It's going in chrono order. 2 Samuel 5 is on the rebellion, on the civil war during this period. 2 Samuel 7 is when that's over. And it starts out when David had rest from all his enemies. Now he's, mooning over the fact that God doesn't have a nice house like he does. Okay, and that's when God responds with the most humorous chapter in the Bible, as far as I'm concerned. You want to build me a house? A house can't contain me. Hey, but if you want to build me a house, by the way, I'll give you some instructions on how to build it. And of course, that occupies 50% of the Bible, one way or another. And by the way, I'm going to also give you a house of sons. And once you factor in the house of sons, for sure, 50% of the Bible is used up on genealogies and sons and stuff, which is why Matthew is doing what he's doing right here. So I'm showing that God kept his promise. That's the whole purpose of this thing. And this tells you when God kept his promise. And it's also telling you that he's writing in 30 AD. So, yeah, these are the generations of Christ, and fulfilling Isaiah 53:5, who will speak of his generations, 53:7. He was cut off from the land of the living. The life was cut off from the land of the living. There really is no land of the living. The life was cut off. This is how it ought to read in Hebrew. Translated. I did my own Isaiah 53 playlist. You can look at my Isaiah 53 channel and see that translation yourself. Okay? Christ was cut off 7 years early. So that's what we're balancing to here. But we haven't gotten there yet. 3103. Okay? 3156 on time here. 7 years late here. But we had some credits with a net of 3. Okay? And I've done a lot of review again, so I'm going to cut off in this increment, and we'll pick up going forward from 950. Okay, going forward from the 950, we start a third track of time. This is the Adamic, which you could argue should also include the 7-year delay on the temple from Solomon, and sometimes that's relevant. For sure, we got 97. We might have an extra 7 years, which takes us to 104. Again, if it's full year, they're going to call it 105 at the beginning of the year. So you can do either one. Right now, we're just going to leave out the 7 and leave it at 97. Because as you can tell, this balances to the 100 years allotted to Abraham, which I showed going all the way back to when Matthew used the 427 date line. How he used 427 times 7, and that ended up giving us the extra 100 years. And then at the 476, he split it in 3 parts to play on his 14s. He split it in 3 parts to do 1077 each, because 1078 rounded is the number of syllables that was in Isaiah 53. And Matthew is crafting his genealogy, expecting everybody to know Isaiah 52:13 and 14, which is 42 syllables, okay, equaling the first 42 years of David. Now, Luke is going to play on the same thing. That's why this meter is so important to talk about. All right, because Luke's meter is 35, and Isaiah 52:15 is on the Gentiles, and the extra 35 is what Luke uses for his genealogy of 77 sons. They're all playing on Isaiah 53. Okay? Isaiah 53 is about Christ and the temple reconciliation. It's about the temple going down, about the temple being short, about how Christ is going to be born early, this 3-year credit here, and about the other debits and credits that occur because the temple goes down. So in a way, it's going to be easier to understand if you're already familiar with the videos I've done on Isaiah 53. If not, this is going to be something of a slog, because Isaiah mapped the entire timeline of the temple from its creation until Christ's death. He mapped the entire timeline of the temple, and Daniel 9 is really just a postscript on Isaiah 53's meter. The numbers God uses in reply to Daniel's numbers, because Daniel's prayer was meter, are all based on the temple. And they're all based on the meter in Isaiah 53. So in a way, if you're already familiar with Isaiah 53's structure, and the Isaiah 53 map to show that structure is in the video description. If you're already familiar with that structure, this is going to be easy. If you're not, this is going to be a slog. Okay? Because Matthew is balancing to Daniel 9 in light of Isaiah 53, and he's drawing his design of the 42 and the 14s from Isaiah 53. And if you already knew Isaiah 53's meter, this would be a no-brainer for you. As soon as I saw the meter in Isaiah 53, I understood what Matthew was doing in his genealogy. I just hadn't counted the syllables until I started doing the Matthew videos. But I knew that he was doing it. I knew that back in 2008. As soon as I saw the meter in Isaiah. So everybody who got the letter from Matthew would have known that. If I did 2,000 years later, what do you think they did when they were schooled in it since they were kids? Okay, but we don't know. So I'm going through this. 950, we now have a third time track. We're going to cover up the Adamic time track until it becomes relevant again. This is now the temple time track. Okay, and I'll just sort of cover it up a little bit. All right? We start out at 0. It's on time. It had to be founded by 490 years from the Exodus, and 1 Kings 6:1 makes a point that you know that. And when you do the rest of the math on what Solomon did and built between 1 Kings and Chronicles, you figure all that out because they account it. All right? Solomon spent a total of 20 years doing all of his building, and he started out with the temple. He got it at least constructed, okay, before 3150. But he didn't dedicate it until 7 years later. Okay? Oh, 3.5 years later, really. Okay? So, what's the story here? What are we looking at? Well, we start out clean. 0. 0 on this calculator. And we come down to here. Because starting with this guy, Rehoboam, who started ruling in 930, just after Solomon. Rehoboam was Solomon's son. There was a split because of Rehoboam being so cruel and mean and nasty. There was a split in Israel. 2 of the tribes stayed with Rehoboam, Judah and Benjamin, and the other 10 tribes went with a usurper who got appointed, named, I forget the guy's name, Jehoram or something like that. Yeho something. Okay? And that guy was nice for a little short time. But then he got jealous of the fact that the temple stayed in Jerusalem, which Rehoboam controlled. And he didn't want those 10 tribes, eventually defecting to Rehoboam because of the temple. In other words, if they were positive to God, even though Rehoboam was a bad king, they would still be, siding with him because the temple was in Jerusalem. So, see, the split basically ended up giving Israel a choice. Be positive to the temple in spite of the king over it, who was one of Solomon's sons, and the line of the kings was supposed to go through Solomon. If you're positive to God, in spite of the king, you went there anyhow. If you're negative to God, you went with that Yeho, whatever his name was. Now God gave him a conditional offer. If you continue to worship me like Solomon did, then I'm going to bless you instead of him. But the guy didn't do that. So the 10 tribes he took with him, he got jealous and he basically says, hi, Israel, all right, we're going to worship a calf. And he started a calf cult in conjunction with the tribe of Dan. All right, so if you were positive to God, you left the 10 tribes of Israel, who later became called Samaria in the Bible, and you went to Rehoboam's side. And if you were positive to God, that's what you did. If you were negative to God, you stayed with Yahweh, whatever his name was. And God had promised him, hi, you're going to have sons to the 4th generation, which he did. And so that's why you have that split in the kings of Israel versus the kings of Judah. The 10 tribes are either called Samaria or Israel, which is kind of confusing to a lot of people. Okay? So, this is a split that occurs here. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. Starting at Rehoboam, for all the fact that he had the temple there, he was negative to God as a king. So he did not enforce that every 7th year the land rests. See, every 7th year was a sabbatical year. Every 7th year Israel was supposed to stop working for the entire year. Just like every 7th day they were supposed to stop working in order to study scripture as it was then being revealed. And it was being revealed by the rabbis and by angels. There are a lot of comments in the Bible about how angels taught scripture. Okay, especially during Moses' time. And that all got, repeated and repeated and repeated and passed on to kids. And it kept on going. Whether the angels were physically there during Rehoboam, I kind of doubt it, because he stopped observing the sabbatical years. So if they had been there, they stopped. So the sabbatical years were not observed from him onward. Okay, well now we have to start looking at that. The temple goes down because the sabbatical years weren't observed, and it goes down in 586 BC. Okay, the Bible's own timeline tells you that year, and we can also verify it in other sources. Okay, so 950 when it was dedicated, minus 586 when it goes down, and this is real important for understanding Daniel 9, 364 years. The 70 weeks is the sum of that number plus 70. It's the third reimbursement of 70 that God does in Daniel 9. But you have to know the meter and you have to know the history to see that he's doing that. That's 434 years. Okay, in Daniel 9. And that's why Matthew is cutting out 7 of it, because that 434 years takes you to 37 AD. But Christ dies in 30 AD. Okay? But the first part of the origin of that, and it's really important, we got 950 that the temple was dedicated. It was supposed to have a 490-year time grant. So that would have taken time, if the temple had stayed up, down to 460 BC. Okay, but in 586 it's raised because it didn't observe its sabbatical years. Okay, 460 minus 586, this is going to be real important, 126 years short. When it goes down here, it's 126 years short. Now, I'm going to come back to that in a minute. We got to go back to Rehoboam. Rehoboam started rule in 930. So 930 minus 586 when the temple goes down is 344 years. Divide that by 7 to get the number of sabbatical years missed, and you get 49. It's really 49 in a couple of months. Okay? Daniel starts praying at the beginning of the 49th year in 538 BC. Because the missed sabbatical years are 49, not 70. Eusebius wasn't paying attention to the Bible because the guy was a jerk anyhow. Nobody should praise Eusebius for anything. And he just said, well, 70 years was missed on Israel. And you know what he did? Because he was so dumb, he tacked on 70 years to David's timeline. And so for centuries, everybody got the numbers on David wrong. This is really embarrassing. For centuries, everybody was saying that David was crowned in 1076 BC, based on adding Eusebius. Based on adding Eusebius. Nobody bothered to look at the Bible for all those centuries. So when I'm going through here about how bad Israel was, that she didn't observe sabbatical years, we Christians are worse. At least the temple was standing. Sometimes you had prostitutes in it under Manasseh. But at least the temple was standing. What excuse do we have for ignoring the Bible's numbers for all these centuries that to this day in a lot of websites you'll find people telling you that David was crowned in 1076 BC, using Eusebius to come up with that stupid number? The scholarship on this is horrible. Centuries have passed. It's 2,000 years now, and nobody just sat down and started constructing the Bible's numbers in a consolidated timeline to Christ? And the answer is yes, a lot of people did. Okay, then how come they didn't get this right? Some of them actually do. You have to look in the 19th century. Some of the books in Google Books recognize that David was crowned in 1010. Somebody at least went that far with their numbers. Okay? But not too many. All right? So, we have a shortfall here. We have a shortfall on the temple timeline of 49 years. Okay? So God says in 586, hi, you're going down, but he says you don't go down for 49 years. You got to go down for 70. Why did God pick 70 here? Because he's looking forward to this voting period. The temple has to be up and running by the time the voting period for believers to vote with their feet and come to Jerusalem. The temple's got to be up in time for this, and God, of course, foreknows the problems that are going to occur. First of all, the rebuilding of the temple proper. Secondly, the Haman conspiracy, which ends up being solved because Esther happens to be Jewish, and Xerxes I happens to be in love with her. Now, she's not called Esther in Persian books. She's called Hamastress. I can't prove that Esther and Hamastress are the same person, but the etymology and the sound are similar. Okay? It was Hadassah in Hebrew. It means myrtle. But the equivalent word for that in Persian was Esther. That's why her uncle Mordecai made her change her name, so she wouldn't be known as Jewish. That's how bad, the persecution against the Jews was during the time of Xerxes I, who was the son of Darius the Great. Okay? So when she marries him, I'm sure he knew she was Jewish. He would have good intelligence. He's not going to marry somebody without knowing who she is. She was the harem and all this other stuff. But God foreknew all this conflict that was going to occur. He also knew that Purim was going to be a holiday that the Jews created out of it. Okay? And he was going to time everything based on this. They are voting for God, but it's a lukewarm vote. Okay? They're voting enough that the temple is still standing. See, it got rebuilt here. It's still standing. It's mainly due to Xerxes that it's still standing. And his son, Xerxes ends up getting murdered by Artabanus in 465. So the anti-Jewish faction was still strong. But the guy who ends up becoming the next Darius was one of several sons that Xerxes had. And he ends up being pro-Israel, and he's the guy who's called Artaxerxes Longimanus. And he's the guy who was the king at the time of Nehemiah, okay, which is down here. right here. Okay. So the king basically of Persia was voting pro-Israel, even though there's no evidence that they actually converted to Judaism. They were at least pro-Israel. And God knows all that future history. And he's told some of it to Daniel. So when Daniel meters his prayer, he goes all the way down to the rise of Rome. He goes down to the rise of Greece on one time track, relating it to his own time. And he goes to the rise of Rome on the second time track, which he relates to Isaiah 53's meter. And I cover all that in my Daniel document. And that document, you can read it for yourself. It's very long because Daniel's relating Bible verses as he talks. He's relating every syllable to a Bible verse as he talks. And I show what Bible verses he's got in mind, syllable by syllable, in that document. Okay? And I mean, you can dispute maybe some of the syllables if you want, but I did track it. Because it was real easy to tell what Daniel was thinking when he was talking. Because of the way Chronicles is written. He was reading Chronicles at the time. Jeremiah is what he calls it. Jeremiah wrote Jeremiah, Lamentations, and both books of Chronicles. So he was reading all that at the time. All right? Now, God foreknows all this. So he says, hi, temple goes down. You got 70 years to rebuild it. Because at the end of the next 70 years, we're going to be here. And Jerusalem's going to have another problem again. She's going to need to vote again to rebuild again. And he's basing it on voting. See, 70 years is a voting period. And he's timing it to being within the historical voting period for believers. So it fits really well. And Moses presaged all this particular voting period. In Psalm 90, verse 17, when he says, let us establish the work of our hands. He says it twice. First time for that rebuilding, second time for this rebuilding. So both 70s were predicted prophetically. Now, that all matters to the temple timeline. Because what the scholars get wrong, besides the fact that they're using lunar years in Daniel 9, and therefore they don't recognize the extra 7. What they get wrong is that the person making the decree is God, not a human king. From the time the decree goes out to rebuild, it doesn't say a human king's going to make that decree. God already made that decree in the book of Jeremiah, which Daniel was reading, and that shows up in Daniel 9:2. And the chapters he's talking about are Jeremiah 25 and Jeremiah 29, where the 70 years that encompasses 586 to 516 are ensconced. That's the decree. So the decree went out in 586 to Jeremiah, which Daniel was reading 49 years later, when the sabbatical years were used up. That's how come he knows when to pray. All right? So the remaining 21 years were devoted to rebuilding the temple. All right? He knows that. And as soon as he prays, Cyrus, who was already prophesied by Isaiah in Isaiah 45, Cyrus issues a decree, all right, to rebuild. But the decree that God's talking about is his own. God is doing the decreeing. Of course, Daniel 9:24, who's speaking? Gabriel, not Cyrus. Gabriel. And who's he speaking for? God. And what is God? A king. And the king had been rejected, and now the king's temple had been raised. So now the king is making a pronouncement in light of 1 Kings 9, which Solomon had asked him to do, about rebuilding. 586 to 516, 70 years. This is your first 70 that you have to account. Okay? So let's do that. Bear in mind now, the temple had started in 950, went down in 586, so it had been up for 364 years. It was supposed to go from 950 to 490, so it was supposed to stay up until 460. So 460 minus 586 means the temple is 126 years short. You need that or you can't understand the numbers in Daniel. Because the first number in Daniel is this 70-year period, from 586 to 516. If that got fulfilled, then God would grant a 70-year reimbursement. That's in Daniel 9 too. It's already in the text. All right. Then the second reimbursement was going to be of the 49 years that Israel had missed, her sabbatical years, because the land finally had its Sabbaths. All right. That leaves 7. That 7 isn't accounted for until Daniel 9:27. Why? Because Israel had missed 49 years. We went through the math on that. That's 344 years from Rehoboam to the destruction of the temple. Okay, but 49 more years elapsed. More years, new years. And what is God's rule? Every 7 years have to be, there's a sabbatical. Okay, well, this additional 49 years that elapsed, 49 years were spent already without sabbatical years. And now there's another 49 that sabbatical years are due on? Okay, well then that's another 7. And that's why the 56th meter is so prominent in Isaiah 53. He's predicting the problem. 49 plus the sabbatical years due on them is 56. Okay, but wait a minute. The 49 years when they elapse, Israel's got to go back to the land and reconstruct the temple. There isn't going to be any way that that extra 7 can play. The 49 years are reimbursed, therefore, in Daniel 9:25 and 26. But the 7 can't be reimbursed. So now you see, we're back to our 10 again. We got a 3-year credit for Christ to be born 3 years early. But now we got a 7-year credit that cannot play until he's born. Because the temple has to be rebuilt. Time marches on. All right? So God has to put 7 years into the tribulation, which is post-Christ. All right? But that's not the only problem. Because we've also got 586 to 516. Those 70 years elapse, the temple gets rebuilt. Well, if God's going to reimburse them for the temple being rebuilt, what about this 70 years? It has to be reimbursed also. That was his decree, 70 years. Okay, well, God got obeyed in those 70 years, at least to the tune of getting the temple rebuilt. Okay, well, then another 70 years has to be granted because of the 70 years that was obeyed. See, the temple, the 62 weeks is the temple's standing time of 364 years, which was from 950 to its demise in 586. So 70 years have to be reimbursed on the 70 just elapsed as well. Okay, but wait a minute. Then you've got 586 minus 516, which is 70. But you got to add another 70 for the reimbursement. That takes you down here. And we know that it got completed because Nehemiah is rebuilding the walls. All that went down were the walls. Jerusalem, the whole city didn't have to be rebuilt. The walls had to be rebuilt. Okay? The decree in Daniel just says it will be rebuilt again with a moat. Well, the temple in Jerusalem had to be there when Nehemiah went there, and of course it was. We have the whole book of Nehemiah telling us it was there. If you got the temple, you got the city. Okay, but the city was in danger because its walls were down. So the walls got rebuilt in 52 days. So the whole city wasn't rebuilt in 52 days. It was just the walls, and that's exactly what he tells you. Okay? So, the walls got rebuilt in 52 days, but that's the end of the second 70. See, 516 to 446. Now, the scholars appoint this as 444, but again, we got that 2-year variance between our BC AD versus Roman time, and that's enough to say about that. You see the second 70. All right, but that's in a lapse of 140 years. The temple didn't have 140 years of leftover time. It had 126 years. So now, including the tribulational 7, we got 14 years here. So technically, you got the 126 that God is partly allocating, minus the 70, minus 49. He reserves that 7 as the tribulation. Okay, but then we got another 14-year problem, because if the 126 is used up, as just shown, but we got 140 here, the 126 being used up against it of granted time, we got 14 more years to account for. Now, Isaiah accounts for all that in advance in Isaiah 53, and he debits the 490 not by 14, but by 28. Why? Because if we're short 14, okay, let's change that to a minus. You're short 14. It's short. In order to get back to a 14 credit, which you need between 140 and 126, you have to add 28. Otherwise, those last 14 years can't play at all. So Isaiah is balancing to the end of time that gets you back to 97 when he debits the 14 in his meter. His meter is 462 syllables in explicit text. In between Isaiah 53:10 and 11 is the 364-year reimbursement to the temple. Between Isaiah 52:15 and Isaiah 53:1 is 252 years in ellipsis, because he's tracking the literal number of years between the birth of David and the birth of Christ to reconcile them. Okay, 252 is twice 126, which he shows in his meter. Okay, so he's showing that God is balancing intra-David to the birth of Christ and intra-temple to the birth of Christ. But the result is we have a positive 14 left over, because we had a negative 14 that had to be canceled out with 14 years. Then you have another 14 that has to be credited in order to get to this year. And this is where the 62 weeks starts. Where it starts. So we got 14 hanging over, 7 of which belongs to the tribulation, and 7 of which has to belong in Christ's lifetime. Which is fine, because Christ's lifetime had to begin 4103, 1,000 years from David's consolidated kingship over all Israel. And this is the 3. He was born 3 years early in order to tally. That would have given him 40 years of life, the same number of years of life as David before he retired was king over everybody, including Hebron, or king over all Israel until he died. Okay? That's the point. Now this okay? That was the end of David's personal 1,000 based on his death. So you see how it's reconciling? And it's all in Isaiah, which Daniel knew. All right? Going all the way back here, by the time we get to this point, that's where the 62 weeks begins. But the 62 weeks is including 14 forward, after itself. The last week of the 62 weeks was allotted to Messiah, assuming that Messiah would live until 4143, which was the end of David's personal 1,000, which would make him born 3 years earlier, dying 3 years earlier also. And therefore the timeline, the Davidic timeline, is shifted up 3 years relative to Abraham. Okay, but what about the the Lord's timeline relative to the temple. I've already shown you part of it, but I got to show you more. And that'll come up in the next increment. Okay, we're back again. And as you can see now, the origin of the 14 years shortage versus 490 that's here in Matthew's meter immediately would be evocative of the 14 years short in Daniel 9, especially if you knew that Daniel parsed his meter to stop at 476 at the end of his, as it were, indictment. From Daniel 9:4 through Daniel 9:14, he goes through the entire history of Israel, much like our boy is going through the genealogy here. Daniel's meter goes through the entire history from David at Hebron forward, syllable by syllable, each syllable standing for 1 year, as is the normal meter practice, to show how Israel's kings, namely Judah's kings, perpetually kept starting out, well, they have good days and bad days, mostly bad days, with the result that the temple went down. And then in Daniel 9:15 through 19 is his petition. God's reply then follows. Okay. God's reply takes this 476 into account. Specifically, and we mean, 14 short of 490. Specifically, the temple, again, our deadline for God's accounting and Daniel's is 37 AD. Because that was the 1,000-year of David's death. But just looking at it from the temple, it stood from 950 BC to 586 BC. That's a 364-year credit for the time it stood. God will reimburse that as part of the 62 weeks. God himself had also set up a decree. It's God's decree, not a human king. In 586 BC to Jeremiah in Jeremiah chapter 25 and 29, which Daniel was reading at the time. That's Daniel 9 verse 2. God set up a decree that 70 years would transpire before the temple would be rebuilt. Okay? But that's not the number of lost sabbatical years. The lost sabbatical years were 49, as we went through in the last video from Rehoboam. Okay? 344 years from Rehoboam's commencement of rule until the temple went down. When you divide that by 7, you get 49. Daniel knows this, so he starts praying. At the beginning, or actually at the end of 538 BC, for God to, restore the temple. Okay? And then Cyrus immediately issued a decree for people in Israel to go back and rebuild. Immediately. But the decree God's talking about in Daniel 9:24 is his own. In Jeremiah 25 and 29. So when you go measuring the timeline, this is the origin of the 14. You got 586 minus the first 70, which takes you to 516. But because if the first 70 is met and the temple is rebuilt, then just like the temple gets reimbursed for its standing time, so the obedience time should get also reimbursed. So that justifies another 70-year credit. So that means an extra 440 years are transpiring. That takes you down to 446 BC. At that point, the 49 years, the 7 weeks in Daniel 9:25 can be reimbursed. And that completes canon, and that takes you to 397, the end of the historical voting period. At that point, and at that point only, do the 62 weeks begin. Okay, but 62 weeks is 434 years, which is the sum of the 364-year reimbursement to the temple, assuming it kept on keeping sabbatical years, which it did. Okay? And that takes you to 33. Okay, but then there's a 70 reimbursement. And that takes you to 37 AD, our end point here. Now you'll notice that before I did that last calculation, that took us to 33 BC. Christ is born 30 AD. Okay, I don't show it here, but I don't know why I don't show it here. But in 33 BC, we had a different story going on. Herod had become tetrarch. He had been tetrarch for 7 years. Everybody would know that. So there's a kind of game going on here, because everybody would know about the second 70 in the 62 weeks. And they'd be looking at, and they do look at it, Paul even meters based on this. 33 years prior to Christ, then Christ is 33, that's a 66. Whoops, I did it wrong. 33 years prior to Christ, then he lives 33 years in actuality. That's a 66. So maybe there's going to be, now that church takes place, maybe the rapture is going to occur in 66. I'm sort of getting ahead of myself, but as long as I was here, I wanted to show you that this is the kind of math that the Jews were doing at the time. And I know all this from the meter. Like, I'm sure that there's somebody somewhere's got some pieces of paper they found from ancient times that talks about this, but I don't know where it is, and I don't know who it is, so I just have to use the Bible. Bible's authority enough. So 37 AD is 4143 from Adam. How does that reconcile to the temple? That's where I'd stopped in the last increment. I'm trying not to, review too much of the numbers. So now we have to go back to this temple period here again, because of course this is what Matthew's genealogy is referencing. Once the temple's restored, you had 586 minus 70, got you to 516, minus 70 again, that got you to 446 right here, minus the 49 in Daniel, that took you to the end point. See, God's benchmarking he's benchmarking his own deadlines. That takes you to the end of the voting period for believers. There has to be a temple up for believers to vote. There has to be a Jerusalem to serve as a temple in order for believers to vote. That's why that second 70 is so important. And you'll notice it's wry wordplay, because the voting period itself is also 70 years. And Daniel's accounting all that in his own meter when he gets here. Okay. And then, of course, we got our final 70 years. Whoops. 397 minus 364, temple was standing reimbursed. Okay. Minus the 70. Because if the temple was standing another 364 years and they were observing their sabbatical years, they get the 70 back for that too. That takes you to 37 AD, which is the 1000th anniversary of David's death. So Christ's allotment is ensconced in all those Daniel 9 numbers, which everybody knows. What they don't recognize is, first of all, the 62 weeks operates the way I just showed you, 397 minus 434, which is the 62-week piece, takes you to 37 AD, not 30. Daniel's numbers do not balance to the time when Christ actually died. And the scholars would know this if they didn't use lunar years. But you know what? They use lunar years because they see this 37 problem, and they don't know what it means. Instead of going back to the Bible from Adam and doing all these numbers you see on screen to find out what it means, they just say, oh, well, it must be lunar years. Well, why do they do that? This is just cheap shot. 490 lunar years. Okay, 360. Is that many days? Now you divide that by 365.25, though you didn't multiply by the same number, so it's not consistent. Okay, That's 482 years. And they round that off. Oh, 483, see, it's the 62 weeks. That's how they come up with it. That's slipshod accounting, honey. That's cheap. And I'm sorry to say, but my fellow dispensationalists are doing this. I was taught this. And I love my pastor, and I swear he's got more Bible than everybody else, but he made this mistake too. He used lunar years to come up with what you see on screen. So does everybody. Everybody does it. Bible never does it. If you look at Exodus 12, Israel's birthday is supposed to be on Passover. Well, you're never going to get Passover to Israel's birthday on the 14th of Nisan every year unless you use solar years, period. That Israel uses solar years does not give us an excuse to use them. This is why we don't know what I'm showing you. But if you just went by years and didn't bother to adjust, then you have 950 minus 490, and oh, it didn't happen. So we have to subtract 586, and we find out, oh, 126 years short. Okay, and then when we look at Daniel 9, that 126 suddenly makes sense. Because we got 140 going on here. 70 and another 70. So, but this 70 and this 70 aren't part of this. But this is a credit that was owed the temple. See? Debits and credits. That's what we've been doing with these little calculators. This is the temple credit calculator. It's only got 126 years in the bank. So when you add 140 to it, you got to overshoot the field by 14. Well, if you're going to do that, the Messiah's going to have to live longer. And he can't live longer than 7 more years because of the deadline of David's birth. So that extra 7, see, it's 126 minus the first 70 minus the 49 that you see listed in Daniel. And that 7 God reserved in Daniel 9:27. So now we got 126 minus 70 minus 49, but the other 7 is not reserved for Israel's time. But it can be reserved for Messiah's time as part of the 62 weeks. And that's exactly what God does. Okay, but God already reserved that 7 in Daniel 9:27. Yeah. And if you add them both together, you get what? 14. So you see how he makes up the 126-year credit? See how clever he is? Within the temple's own timeline. So long as Messiah is born by the 1000th anniversary of David's death, and so long as Messiah dies no later than the 1000th anniversary of David's United Kingship, and so long as Messiah dies no later than 4143, which is 37 AD, balancing exactly all the numbers through Daniel 9:26. That reconciles the temple to Messiah. If that extra 7 in the 14, is placed as part of his life. Okay, but now you can say to me, well, Brainard, aren't you double counting? Aren't you double counting the 7 on the tribulation twice? Well, yeah and no, because we got another contra account. Remember we have 14 here? Remember that Daniel's praying in 538, which was what? 49 years after the temple went down. Because why? Because the temple had missed 49 sabbatical years out of 344 years from Rehoboam forward. Even the good kings of that period did not observe the sabbatical years. They preferred to work instead of rely on God and study Bible. Okay, well, but then 49 more years have elapsed from 586 to 538, and yeah, the land is enjoying the Sabbaths it missed from 950 to 586. But what about the sabbatical years between 586 and 538? Well, that's another 7 years. Bing, bing, bing. '21. See how that's working? Okay. So, yeah, God is offsetting the tribulation by setting it in Daniel 9:27, and that got you 14 net. Okay, but then we got this extra 7 that's owed due to the fact that there's 49 years elapsing here. And there's no sabbatical years observed there. I mean, you have to add 7. You can't make the 7 part of the 49. It never worked like that. It has to be real elapsed time for its own purpose, for the purpose of studying Bible. This only makes up for the 49 missed years. 49 new years are passing now, and they're each due their own sabbatical years. So, you got 21 plus, get this, 49 equals what? 70. So somehow, this extra 7 years, which is where we get our 21, is going to have to be made up too. How's that going to happen? This is so clever, I want to kill myself. Our first 70 years, here to here. Our second 70 years, from 516 to 446. Then the 49 play, reimburse 49. Still not touching this. And then we got our 62 weeks coming in here. In that 62 weeks are housed all this remaining 21. Housed. Okay, but we only know about 14. Yeah. And we come down, I'm going to skip over Hanukkah because that's got its own issues. Christ is born 1,000 years from David's united kingship. So he's born king of all Israel, even as David died king of all Israel. Even as David was king of all Israel 1,000 years prior. See, the 1,000-year deadline. There was a 1,000-year time grant, a 1,000-year promise, a day of the Lord promise. There are 2 days of the Lord, because there are 2 advents of Christ. The first one is measured as an anniversary. He will be born. Okay? David's greater son will be born. 1,000th anniversary of, David's united kingship, which was 3103. Okay? I don't know if there's 1,000 based on his birth. I stuck it in there, but I'm not sure. Okay? Inside, from his time forward, somehow all this 21's got to be made up. Now watch how God does this. It just boggles my mind. Christ is allotted 40 years. That was to address the 14. The 14 consisted of the 7 years that he was allotted because he was supposed to be age 40 when he died. Okay, which was the outer timeline to 41, 43. Okay, that makes up for one of the 7s, right? Then you have the tribulation already reserved in Daniel 9:27, which has to play after Messiah dies. So that's another 7. Okay, what about the third 7? Well, this is when he was supposed to die. You got that. But he doesn't die then. He dies in 41:36. So in essence, the third 7 is canceled out. We have to add it in now because we got a total of 21. It's canceled out by Christ dying 7 years early. Because he didn't live. The credit had to go to Israel. The credit had to go to the land. The credit had to go to the temple. Okay, but he didn't live his allotment. He dies. But he dies successful, okay? He didn't die a failure. All we've been accounting with debits and credits and all this stuff is based on whether somebody succeeded or failed. Okay, and you got a credit if you succeeded, and you got a debit if you failed. Okay, well, he succeeded at the cross 7 years early. See, if you're going to credit, we credited Abraham 54 years. Well, let me do that right, because it's easier to watch. 53.5 credit, because Abraham successfully completed maturation in advance. So that's a credit. We credit David because 3.5 years in advance, at least he becomes king in the 1050th anniversary from Abraham. So we got a credit there. All right. We had a debit. Whoops. Better subtract it again. We had a debit owing to the fact that Israel wandered 40 years in the land. Notice how I'm blending the two timelines now. Okay? Which brought us to 17. We had another debit because it was a 7-year civil war with David getting king over all Israel. That brought us to 10. We had another 7-year debit owing to the fact that our boy, Solomon, delayed 7 years on building the temple. That left us 3. That was on the credit related to David, which is related to the temple. Okay? But then the temple has its problem of being 14 years short because it's a lot of time. The time it took to rebuild and everything took 14 longer years than it should have. And then finally, we got the issue with, so we're going to add that down here as a debit. It's probably the best way to do it. So we're going to subtract that 14 from here. All right. Now, Christ was owed 7 extra years in order to tally to David. He was owed. But he didn't live it out. So our net minus 11 at this point is now offset by 7. See where our 4 BC comes from? Because we're basing everything upon what really did happen when he died, and when we try to reconcile all these numbers I've shown you, we end up with a minus 4. He's really born at the end of the year, so that makes it even more. You have to treat that minus 4 as a 3 in a lot of calculations. You see where it's coming from? It isn't in all the timelines. It's only when you start to reconcile them all together and balance them to Christ that you get this anomaly. All right, it's really 3.5 years. All right, so now our 14 is made up as far as Christ and the cross concerns. All right, but it's not made up in the other ways. Okay? It's only made up with respect to everything but the reserve 7 on his life, which he was supposed to get. All right, so we go back to we have to come back here. Have to wipe that out for a minute. At the time he dies, there was a promise that God extended about the temple lasting 7 more years than. Okay, that was the completion of the 62nd week. But it had to start during Messiah's lifetime and end during his Messiah's lifetime. And if Messiah was alive, then the temple could stay up during that 7 years. Okay, but that 7 years didn't play. So on the one hand, it's made up here, but relative now back to Adam, it's not made up. We have an outstanding promise that hasn't been fulfilled yet. namely the 7 years extra Christ was owed. We have another outstanding promise also in Daniel 9 that wasn't fulfilled yet, namely that 7 for the tribulation. So you see, we still got 14 years to account for. And yet, net, relative to Abraham, because that's what this ended up being, it's a 10-year difference. Okay? So that's why, when you do, we'll do it, just a quick little review here. All right? Relative to Abraham, Abraham matured 2046, minus when Christ dies, or when he was supposed to die, 4143, okay, it's 2097. Minus when he actually died, okay, how am I going to do this? Let's change the sun. Minus when he actually died, 7 years prior, is 2090. You see it's 10 years different from 2100? So you'll notice now the reconciliation between the Adamic timeline, which Matthew's meter has to reference, even though he's starting with Abraham, versus the Abrahamic timeline. Okay? So the difference is 10 years. It's now balancing with a shortage of 10 years relative to Abraham. And it's all bounded due to this deadline, which the scholars don't know simply because they're using lunar years in Daniel 9. And they compound their error by thinking David died at age 70 because they're not looking at the Bible, they're looking at Josephus. Josephus, everything in Josephus' numbers is wrong. He thinks David died at age 70. That was wrong. Josephus was a military general, not a scholar. Josephus was a military general, not a rabbi. The rabbis got it wrong too. Okay? So that's why everybody misses this important deadline. See? And it reconciles directly to Abraham. All right? Abraham 2046.5 minus, well, we'll say minus for the sake of argument, 2100. Wait, I did this wrong. 2046.5 plus, 2100 would have taken you to 4146.5. That was the deadline under Abraham for Christ to die. Okay, but then we have to subtract 3.5 for David becoming king early, but not king over all Israel. That's why it ends up being a debit. So now we get our 4143. You with me on that? Notice that the change is 3.5 years because David is king 3.5 years early, even as Abraham was mature 53.5 years. That's where the 57 is coming from. And 4143 is 57 years from the scheduled end of time for the millennium to commence. See the difference? And relative to Abraham, 3.5 rounded to 4. Makes perfect sense, perfectly balances. But now back to Adam, it doesn't. Because ensconced in all these balancing numbers is the fact that 2 of God's time promises didn't finish. 7 of it belonged to Messiah proper, and Messiah was rejected. And the other 7 belongs to the tribulation, which is the last 7 years before this number, which would be, using our BC AD system, 94 AD. They would have called it, remember, 57 plus the 40 years wandering in the wilderness, the credits that were all due, would be 97. They would have called it Christ age 97, and they do call it that. They do use that in their meter. Okay, well, see, here's our little adjustment that we got to keep on making. Because we're using the Adamic track, not the Davidic track. And they're reconciling to both. reconciling to both. Christ, who was born 3.5 years early, dies at age 97. Okay? Now that tracks to the temple, because when the temple got started again and kept on going, it's still standing when he does die. But he does die because Israel rejected him. And just as when Israel rejected God as king in 1050 BC in the wilderness, okay, and rejected God at the Exodus and had to wander for 40 years, just as she rejected God at 1050 BC and Saul was appointed king, so he ruled for 40 years and she was in effect judged for 40 years by a bad king, so too there's going to have to be a 40-year stint here. Okay, but the original promise was 50 years for the Gentiles. Is that going to stay at 50? Or is it going to be because this 10-year difference with Christ being 2090 from Abraham versus 2100? Or, if you want to count it differently, the 14-year difference that still remains on the clock, this net 10. Is this net 10 going to be applied against the 50, and therefore Israel has got 40 years to live from 4136 when he dies? And of course, we know the answer to that question with hindsight. But when Matthew was writing his gospel, the outcome was not at all certain. It could have been still the same 50 years. So what is he referencing? The 62nd week of Daniel has just begun. 14. And that's how you're supposed to read his gospel, is in light of all those numbers and all those ideas and all those doctrines, because you're getting it in 30 AD. There's still time. You're still alive. What you think and how you vote, because remember, 427 minus, years prior, that was in the voting period, the last voting period Israel had. If you vote now, 30 AD, if you vote now, this harkened back to 446 BC with Nehemiah, this harkened back to 397, the end of the voting period. If you vote now, you can determine whether it's 40 or 50. Just like Israel, bad vote caused the temple to go down. Her bad vote caused her to wander in the wilderness. Her bad vote caused her to get a Saul. So how does she vote now? That's the theme of Matthew's letter. That's the theme of his gospel. That's what you should be looking at when you read his words. Vote now. And so what does Matthew start talking about as soon as he gets done with the begats and Mary and the birth of Christ? He starts talking about John the Baptist. Make straight the paths of the Lord. Yeah, vote now. You see why his gospel has a certain order to it, and based on this rhetorical theme. And see how you can now go look at Matthew's gospel with all this in mind and see if you don't understand it better. This is the urgency behind his gospel. This is why it's in the order it's in. See if you don't understand it now as a result. Because the rest of his gospel basically plays out this timeline that you see here. Peace out. Okay, we're now ready to close out the Matthew meter thing. Hopefully, at least for now, to show what Matthew finally means about the 470 in the temple. Now, you've seen so many numbers. Hopefully, it's going to pay off now if I do this quickly. You see the 476. Okay. Hopefully, you recognized. I forgot to fix this. Hopefully, you recognize by now that Matthew is tracking the demise of the first temple to balance. That's his 427 balances here. I'm writing 427 years after this, which is the end of the last voting period. And I'm writing you 476 years after this, which is the fulfillment and the start of the 49 years being reimbursed. So this is when the 62 week starts, and this is when the 49 week starts. You got that? So the 427 in his meter is looking at the end of the voting period, and the 476 of his meter is looking at the middle of the voting period. See, you had 21 years from when Daniel prays to the time the temple gets completed. So now he's drawing a parallel. We're in a similar time period, he's saying. Now, why is he saying that? Okay? He's invoking what Haggai told Zerubbabel. And Zerubbabel was told that his son, his greater son, would be born on what we would finally know 357 years after the event as Hanukkah. So now that the Lord has died, it's the same question. Continuity. Okay, now how is he telling us this? Well, he reconciled to Abraham, he reconciled to David, he reconciled Christ to both of them, and he reconciled Christ to the temple, and we've seen all that. What we haven't seen is going back again, just the temple itself. Because this is kind of like a final big point on this. Okay? David born, 3066. David dies, 3143. The temple should have begun then. If the temple, now we're just using temple calendars, if the temple had begun construction when it should have, the 963, we'll just use the BC, minus the 7 years of construction would have taken us to 956. The temple should have been dedicated in 956. Okay? Because if we're saying, all right, in the final analysis, it's the Davidic timeline and all that works, right? Okay, so what should have happened was that the temple should have been built starting in 963, the second David died, or just after the, 4-month mourning period or whatever. 1 month mourning period, I think it is. Because it was a promise by God to David that wouldn't happen in his lifetime. Okay, as soon as he died, this should have happened. All right? So, by 956, there should have been a temple up, built, dedicated. All right, now, it wasn't, but presume it had been. All right? Then we come all the way down here to when Christ dies, and we go even further to when he should have died. All right? So for that math to work most easily, let me take you back to 963. Let's convert it to Adam's numbers. All right? David died 3143. So 3143. Whoops, I did it backwards. 3143 plus 7 for construction. In 3150, that temple should have been standing and dedicated. That would have ended and reconciled all time from Abraham. Would have reconciled all time, balance to Adam from the beginning, because it's occurring in the very year of the third 1050 from Adam. You see that, right? Okay, let's skip over the fact that the temple went down, because we're looking at it from another perspective. We're skipping forward to what should have been Christ's own death, 4143. So the temple should have been up and finished by 3150. If Christ had died in 4143 as he should have, then the temple would have gone from 3150 to 4143 and still would be up. It's not over yet. That would have been 993 years. You see that. Then there's a question of Well, wait a minute. We got the 7 years here then. Yeah, we do. And 7 years later would have been what? It's the 1000th anniversary from the first temple. The 1000th anniversary of the first temple. That's what it should have been. Okay? So it would still be up until whenever the tribulation would begin, which would have been in the last 7 years, and it would have been up during those whole 7 years. God never says the temple goes down, just as it gets desecrated mid-tribulation. That's Daniel 9:27. It doesn't get torn down. All right? So, going from 4143, when it's 993 years old, okay, we'll change the sign. It's got from 4143 to 4200, another 57 years. The temple would have been 1050 years old at this point. That's what it should have been. Going all the way back to the original time the temple was supposed to be constructed. It should have been 1050 years old at this point. Okay, but when Christ dies, again, excluding the 14 years, when Christ dies, that's not how old it is. And he dies because he's rejected. So all bets are off about the temple. The person the temple depicts is rejected. When God was rejected, Israel suffered for 40 years. Okay, God was rejected as soon as they got out of the land, as soon as they got out of Egypt. He was rejected again as soon as they're on the verge of going into in the Exodus. That was the first time. The second time was in 1050 BC, okay, when they rejected him in favor of having a human king, and therefore he appoints one. The third time, of course, is when the temple went down. And the fourth time is right here. They reject God come in the flesh. So how old should the temple have been at that point? Okay, the temple should have been constructed in 3143 plus 7, so it should have been dedicated 3150. When Christ dies, the temple from that date is 986 years old. From the day he actually dies. Okay? But he should have died 7 years later. And the temple still should have been up. So it's 7 years short of that. It's also 14 years short of 1,000. The question is it going to even get to its 1,000th year birthday? Because of the fact he's dying early. That's one way of looking at it. And there's another way which I'll cover in the next increment. To understand the ultimate meaning that Matthew's pointing at here about the temple, we got a 14-year shortfall that's real obvious. 7 years short on the Daniel numbers, 14 years short of 490. What might be the most trenchant way of explaining that? The most trenchant way of explaining that would be to go back to the way the Davidic timeline was supposed to be. David crowned at Hebron 1010 BC. This should have been when he was crowned king over all Israel. Okay? So, 1010 BC, crowned king over all Israel. There should not have been a civil war that went on for the next 7 years. If there hadn't have been a civil war that went on for the next 7 years, then David wouldn't have had to live for the next 7 years. He would have died here. He could have died here. And that would be even appropriate. well, not here, but, in 970 is when he retired. He could have actually died there at 3136. Okay? He could have died there. If he had died there, rather than retired, if he had died at age 70, like everybody mistakes, instead of retiring and having to live an extra 7 years because of the Civil War, then the temple should have started to be constructed in 3136. So we take 3136 as when the temple should have started, because it wasn't supposed to start till he died, plus 7. So it should have been over by 3143. The temple should have been over by 3143. Instead of David's life ending then, the temple should have ended then. I mean, not, I'm sorry. The temple's construction should have been dedicated 7 years after. The temple should have been dedicated 7 years after its construction. So the temple should have been up and running in 3143. Instead of David dying in that year, David should have died 7 years prior. He was sick for a good part of the 7 years after he retired. The Book of Kings records that. All right? He should have died 3136, and the temple should have started 3136. He should have been dedicated 3143, and that all would have been within the 3150. Instead of this lateness thing going on here. 7 years lateness. You see? So if the temple had been up and dedicated by 3143, and Christ was supposed to die in 4143, it would have been based on the temple rather than based on David. It would have been based on the temple's 4,000 rather than David's. You see the point? In other words, the temple should have been 1,000 years old when Christ was supposed to die. The temple should have been that old. You see the point? Instead of David being that old, and it's based on his death, it should be based on the temple being 1,000 years old. But the temple's not 1,000 years old. Instead, it doesn't even get started until 3 years after he's dead. It doesn't get dedicated till 3156. So instead of it being 1,000 years old, it's 980 years old. Okay? From when Christ actually dies. Because this is the 980th anniversary of the temple, right here. The year he dies. Okay, because remember, it's dedicated in 950 minus 490 the first time, minus 490 the second time, and that's 30 AD. So it's 20 years shy of what it should have been originally. Remember I showed you the 3 sevens? Okay, the 21st is the beginning of, the end of the 20th year is the same as it being in your 21st year. When you hit your 20th birthday, you're in your 21st year. Okay? So the temple is short all those years. So that's balancing to the 3 sevens. Okay? There's one more way that it balances, and I'm going to have to cover that in the next increment because I forget how to explain it. Okay, in order to explain it, we come back to, again, David. The fact of the matter was, he did not die at age 70. God could have made him die at 70, and this 3143 could reference the temple's 1,000 instead of David's. In the event, however, it was up to God to decide when David would die. God chose that David lived to be 77, in which case you're still looking at the temple construction should have started when he died. All right? And when he died was 963 BC. So 963 minus 7. It should have been over by 956 BC. Okay? So 956 BC, if it had been over in 956 BC instead of in the middle of construction, see, here's 960 and 953. This is what actually happened. The temple should have been finished halfway between these two dates. And it should have been dedicated by then. Notice if that had happened, 956 would still put you in time for 3150. But it's 4 years prior to 3150. So Christ would still have to be born 3 years early to tie to David and to the temple, even if the temple had been constructed on time. Okay, it should have been constructed, completed, dedicated by 956 BC, right in the middle of these two dates. If that had happened, okay, then Christ's death and the temple's construction would be timed together instead of there being a differential. All right? As it happens, there's a differential. So one of the differentials is the fact that instead of this being 956, and you have to really add one, okay, it ends up being 950. Okay, now that says 6, but you got to add 7 for rounding because it's dedicated late in 950, nearly at the end of the year. Technically, it's at the beginning of the new year in Jewish terms. Okay, so we have to call this 6 plus 1 a 7. Okay, so it's 7 years short because David dies late. It's 7 years short because the temple construction is late. David dies late because of the rebellion. The rebellion. This is going to be really important to the way the Gospels link up to each other. The rebellion. He's crowned only king over Hebron here. There's a 7-year rebellion, 2 Samuel 5. So that's the other reason. We got David dying 7 years late. All right, so let's do that again because I should have done it like chronological order. David dies 7 years late because there's a rebellion. And God is, because of David being mature and the temple coming through David and Israel coming through David, David lives extra 7 years. Okay, but that's 7 years that shouldn't happen. So we got one lateness there. The second lateness is because Solomon takes an extra 7 years, 3.5 on either side, to actually dedicate the temple. So it's occurring 7 years later than it should have. It should have been finished in between these two dates. That would have preserved the 3 years early that, due to David's birth and crowning and everything, would still have to be played. But instead, Solomon waits another 7 years. So you add 7 years to that. That's your 14. Now we come back to Matthew. The 476 already represents 14 short due to the temple due to it being down. That's Daniel. But it also represents the 14 years short due to what you just saw. Okay, the rebellion first and Solomon's delay second. In part, that's why Isaiah cuts off 28 in his meter in Isaiah 53. Because you got two 14s. They cancel out by the time Christ is born. Dies. They cancel out. Hopefully you've seen by now. Because he dies 7 years early, so that cancels out one of them. Okay, one of the 7s. But that leaves the 7 left. As far as the Davidic balancing goes. We got a Davidic 7 left due to the temple being 7 years late. We also got the other Daniel 7 left. And remember, I already showed you how his death is canceling out the extra 7 sabbatical years that couldn't play. All right? So it's kind of like doing double duty as far as the offsets go. At the same time, there's a shift in the sevens that are owed. On the one hand, there's only the 7 left. That's the tribulation that's in Daniel 9. On the other hand, this was time owed to Christ. See, it's still 14, but the character of the 14 keeps changing. That's the point that Matthew's making now. Okay? He died 7 years short of his own allotted life. So we got to add that 7 back. And this is something I saw in Ephesians, and I kept wondering about it. This is a shorthand way of saying Christ is the 14 of history. In other words, the 14-year shortfall, the shortfall in history, the shortfall that gets the temple to go down, the shortfall that makes your life end, puts the temple down. Depends on you voting for it. Depends on you voting for it. And what he's basically showing you, if you go through all the math, is that ever since Moses, there's this 14 problem. But it keeps shifting in character. And at this point, the 14 problem has a character of 7 years old Messiah plus the tribulation. So 7 of those years has to play against the temple. And the temple itself is short. It should have been 1,000 years, but it's 980 at the time he dies. So then the question going forward is, we got 7 years here, still yet to play, to get to the voting period for unbelievers, because that's the forecasted 57 ever since Abraham, and we know what that's derived from. How are we going to go from 36 to 43? What has to happen? And when is it going to happen? Now, going by all the history of the Bible we've seen before, the way it's played before is you went 33 years, and Paul plots this. You go 33 years. How are we going to take care of the 14 is the issue. So we'll use this for our calculator. You would take 41, 36 plus 33. The reason why is that the 40s are always divided into a 33 and a 7. That's the way it was with Pharaoh's dream. That's the way it was with David's rule. And since this is related to David's rule, there's every expectation it ought to play that way again. So what people were looking for, and Paul even plots it, and what Matthew is addressing, because Mary was even plotting it in the Magnificat. So by the time Matthew writes in 30 AD, this was old hat. Okay? You got 41, 36 is when he dies. He lived to be age 33, like David was ruler over all Israel for 33 years. Then you therefore add 33 to that. So something needs to happen in 4169. In other words, the 7's going to play in reverse order. Okay, well, what is 4169? Okay, well, here's 4170. 64 AD, 63 AD. Okay? And that's exactly what started to happen. The Jews started to get persecuted by Nero along with the Christians. Okay? The Jews revolted in Judea, and it started in big time with Florus. Okay? And by the time it was all over, that's what caused Vespasian and Titus to be dispatched by Nero to go there. And before it was all over, Paul was dead, Nero was dead, Vespasian was emperor, and his son Titus had to take down the temple to bring home a triumph for daddy, because his daddy was now emperor. You see what happened? And this was the mark of it. So everybody was looking for that. Well, 70 AD is 40 years after. And that again is then balancing to the fact that Christ is 290 years from Abraham, and they're thinking, well, we got to balance to that too. So the old idea of 57, now the church was here instead, the old idea of it playing to 57 was still around, and Paul's still balancing to it in his meter. But there was every expectation it would be a 40, based on 33 years after Christ died, because he was 33. with the last 7 playing out to complete the 40, just like it's done so many times before. And either the 7 coming first or the 7 coming last. The 7 came last in Pharaoh's dream. The 7 came first in David's kingship. The 7's coming last in Christ's kingship, because he's still owed 40 years when he dies. 7 years rather, when he dies. He's still owed 7 years at this point. So now it's coming in arrears. But see, maybe the reimbursement is going to be of the 33 first. You see why it was so important to know the reimbursement of time procedure on the temple when it went down? Plays in reverse. So their math, their thinking was, okay, here's what's going to happen. We'll call it, it's 4136 now. He lived 33 years, so God's going to reimburse 33 years. And then something nasty is going to happen in the temple, because we rejected the temple to fix. So 1 Kings 9, temple's got to go down again. Because there was no statement that it would go down, but there was no statement that it wouldn't go down either. You got that sort of cryptic statement. It will be rebuilt again, with the fortification. When, though? That doesn't mean it can't go down a second time. Especially because you got this weird wording in Daniel 9:27, which says the abomination comes in the middle of the tribulation week. Okay, but if the temple's going to go down and it's going to be rebuilt again, so you can read that 2 ways. That it gets built and it goes down again and it gets rebuilt again. There's very careful wording in that Daniel 9:24-25 area. Okay? So then if it goes down and it's rebuilt again, and the sacrifices are like Antiochus Epiphanes, of course, at that time his name wasn't known, then when does it go down a second time? See, everybody was looking at that wording, and it's vague enough that they realize, you know what, it's got double entendre. And they played the 33 first and then the 7. So Matthew is reminding you, hi, again, you're the 14 of Christ is the 14 of history. You better vote in order for time to complete the right way. Because if Israel rejected him, okay, but he's dead now. If Israel repents and accepts him, then the temple will still be standing all the way to the last 7 years. And there wouldn't have to be this 7 years playing that way. You see the point? But Israel didn't accept him, and neither did church, because church could have matured during this time, and she didn't. So before we get all hopped up on all the Jews are so bad, yada, yada, let's take a look in the mirror. In fact, that's what I'm going to go do now. Because every time I make one of these videos, I think, what am I doing wrong? Peace out.